It's a dream come true to be standing here, surrounded by creatives, supporters, and members of the Ethiopian and Eritrean community, both here and those tuning in. As founder of KITFO TV, I've always believed in the power of storytelling, in the voices of our creatives, and in the rich cultural heritage that we carry. This platform was born out of a desire to create space for our stories that aren't always told, but that deeply matter. Stories that capture the beauty, the complexity, and the evolution of who we are, where we've been, and where we are going as a community. This festival is more than just a series of screenings and panels. It's an attempt at bridging our diaspora and homeland, different generations, and being a bridge between the past and the future. It's about honoring our roots while pushing the boundaries of what's possible for Ethiopian and Eritrean creatives around the globe. Together, we gather to showcase films that reflect our heritage, our challenges, our triumphs, and our dreams. I am deeply proud of the filmmakers and artists featured here. They represent a new era of East African cinema. Through their dedication and artistry, they are not just telling their stories, but building a legacy that will inspire future generations of creators. As we kick off the festival, I invite you to immerse yourself in these films, to engage with the discussions and panels, and to be part of this growing movement of supporting our storytellers. Let's use this time to connect, to collaborate, and to amplify each other's voices. I want to thank our incredible community partners, Habesha Networks, Habesha Film Association, Habesha Actors, 2591 Worldwide, and Motherland Sounds. And a special thank you to our sponsors at Wax and Gold, Everything the Brand, Brindo Spices, The Heritage Winery, and Forward Music Company. I want to give a special thank you to the KITFO team. That would be Salam Kasa, Dureti Adema, Ida Matias, and a special shout out to those who have helped, like Mahaleds Gizacho, Arki Taddesa, Salam Daniel, Saba Kanife, and our volunteers, and everyone who has contributed to bring this to life. It's been a collective effort, and it absolutely would not be possible without your support. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude for our filmmakers who have put their heart and soul into their projects. Your work is powerful, it's necessary, and it deserves to be seen by the world. KITFO TV is honored to be part of this journey. In the next few weeks, we'll be launching our crowdfunding campaign to help bring KITFO TV to life on an even larger scale. This fundraiser will allow us to invest in creating more of these stories and pouring back into our creatives here in the diaspora, and especially those back home in Ethiopia and Eritrea. Our goal is to create a platform where these stories can thrive and reach audiences across the globe, and we could use your support to make that a reality. If any of you here want to get involved in building with our community or telling your own stories, now is the time. If you have a production company, reach out about partnering with us. If you have a brand that may want to sponsor future events, or if you're an event producer who wants to bring more of these events to life in your city, we want to partner with you. So you can scan the QR code, which will take you to the forums where you can share how you'd like to get involved, whether it's submitting your films, suggesting ideas on how we can help build our community, or letting us know how you want to contribute. You can also join the waitlist for our upcoming crowdfunding campaign to get more details on how to invest in the platform and be part of our journey. I hope your biggest takeaway from today is that we have all the talent that we need, we have all the resources that we need, and if we don't have them, we have the ability to find them together. Let this festival be a celebration, not just of our films, but of the potential we hold as a community, the potential to create, to influence, and to inspire on a global stage. Thank you all for being here, and let's make history together. And we have a campaign video that we shot earlier this year, so I'm gonna play that. My father was my first example of what being an Ethiopian American meant for me. He's someone I deeply admire and respect. Always talking about the importance of helping others,
especially our own. Just like so many of our parents, cousins, grandparents, it's our love for one another and our pride in our culture that has always kept us connected. Whether that looks like sharing a meal with loved ones or sitting in silence with relatives because of language barriers. Simply being in presence with one another, bonded by a culture, rich history, and shared faith means more than just being present. It means the difference between not just knowing who we are, but also who we'll become as a diaspora. The stories we've been told by our parents inspire resilience. They bring us together to ensure our collective strength. We've reaped the benefits of what they've endured so that we could be better. These are stories that are meant to be shared, to be tasted, savored, discussed, but also shared with others in excitement and joy. Stories not just of the past, but of who we are now and the example we choose to set for the next generation. We're KITFO TV, a new platform for these stories to live on forever.
So that video came out really choppy. I promise we do not produce stuff like that. Technical issues, but you guys got the gist of that. That's also available on YouTube and our Instagram if you want to check that out. So we're gonna go into the everything screening next.
My father was my first example.
Okay. So we'll be going to the everything screening next in about 5 minutes or so. So Everything is one of our sponsors, so thank you to them for helping put this event together. They're also outside in the backyard, and they have their pop-up activation. And they're a really great brand that combines tech, fashion, and film together, and they do it in a really cool way. So we'll see an example of the stuff that they've been working on in just a bit. So we'll be back in 5. Okay, so did you guys enjoy that film? Golden everything? Yeah, we're super excited to be able to screen this. That was a really great film, so shout out to Everything for producing that. And once again, they're one of our sponsors. So Everything is a storytelling platform at the intersection of fashion, film, and technology. Through fashion, technology, and film, they showcase what it means to pursue one everything. That means regardless of time, money, and resources, one will find the time, money, and resources to do. They are building a 3-dimensional company with verticals in fashion, technology, storytelling to share stories across multiple mediums. The technology vertical specifically is shaped by an augmented reality service platform, which will allow for artists, brands, and organizations hosting events to engage with their audience in interactive and creative new ways. They will be able to create catered content for their audiences for ever-changing engagement, product promotion, and storytelling. So this was their second film they've done. And this one was on the Golden Boot Academy, based in Oakland. It's a leading youth soccer program focused on developing players, technical skills, tactical understanding, and personal growth, as you saw. So we're gonna do our Q&A with the founder of everything, ABDULALIM, JEMAL, and the creative director and director of this film, Israel Alamu. It was going to be outside, but we're going to do it indoors, so we're going to stay out here. And then after the Q&A, it's going to be super quick, and then we'll go outdoors for the Everything Mixer, so you guys can mingle, interact with their pop-up activation, and get to know the brand. And then we'll be back in here. Thank you.
How you guys doing?
Okay. Hey, guys.
Hey,
How's it going?
Pretty good. How y'all feeling?
really good.
Very
really
juiced, very excited.
Yeah.
Yes. Glad you guys are here. They came out here from the Bay. Okay, so let's see. Abdul, could you share with us the original vision of Golden Everything? And also everything. Maybe let's start there.
Yeah.
Everything.
Can everyone hear me all right? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, everything started off as a clothing brand. I've been making clothes since I was in high school, hoodies, t-shirts, kind of at a local level. And when I got to college, I realized it was something that I really enjoyed and wanted to pursue kind of long term, but also realized that fashion is a very saturated industry. So I was like, what are ways that we can differentiate ourselves from the rest of the market, kind of do things differently. And I remember watching a video, it was a talk by Steve Stout that he gave at a TED conference. And he was talking about, 3 core principles that every, startup business needs. It was storytelling, culture, and technology. And so I was like, okay, we have the culture, right? We've been doing clothes. I truly believe that we are the culture, and, the things that we produce are what make cool, if that makes sense. And so I had these 2 things, storytelling and technology, that I was like, and I was just getting into film and watching things and started really picking up an interest in how things were shot, how things were done, produced, written. And so I was like, okay, I want to add a filmmaking element to this. And the technology piece is what kind of took a little bit more time, just trying to figure out what makes the most sense for us. And we finally came across augmented reality and decided that's going to be the path that we do. And so my last 2 years of undergrad, I ended up kind of building out my business plan and decided we're going to be a storytelling platform, as you mentioned, at the intersection of fashion, film, and technology. The fashion is something that, like I said, I've been doing for a long time, so already knew. And then the storytelling and film, that's something that started creating just kind of vision boards for how I wanted to kind of go about it. And then the technology, as I said, came across augmented reality, started developing. So started creating a team, met Izzy around the same time, kind of pitched him my vision of what we're trying to do, and he's been our creative director ever since, and kind of expanded the team to, we have Marwan Jamal as a designer on the team, and we have ABDULALIM, who's also director of technology.
Nice. It sounded like you wanted to pitch in on something.
I was just gonna say yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit about me. By the way, thanks everybody for coming out, supporting, and thank you, DENKINESH and KITFO TV, for creating this opportunity and this platform for us to share this film that that we worked on. Very proud of it. Very happy to be able to be up here and sharing this. But a little bit about me. My name is Israel. Born and raised in Ethiopia. Came when I was 15. A lot of us share that story. Something that brought me to the world of storytelling is being in this new environment in this world, or in this in the States. I realized quickly that my story is my identity, and just being in high school and being different, and just understanding how to tell my story. And because when we're in Ethiopia and you're with kids that are the same, that share the same story, the same culture, the same language, you're not different. I mean, you have your features and everything, but or your talents. Here I realized, okay, like being able to tell that story is what makes me. So inevitably, I realized like story is what makes us, my identity. And eventually that led into storytelling, photography. So I practice brand photography, and I run brand photography, and I'm also like a self-taught filmmaker. So in college, or after college, I got introduced to Everything the Brand and Abdul for a project. Technically, it was for a first project for marketing for the Everything brand. But quickly, we realized that we have a lot more in common than just marketing, you know, just storytelling. So right after that, like, production shoot that we had, we realized, okay, yeah, we definitely want to do something bigger, documentary style storytelling. And we did the first series of the foundation, and this is our second one. It's the first of the series, but it's our second documentary. So yeah, very happy to be here.
I love that. That's amazing. So sounds like you guys have known each other and been working with each other for some time now. Yeah, so you've really developed that rapport, and, you know, that's great. So how long have you guys been working on this project in particular? What's the whole timeline?
Yeah, so we started discussing this project internally as we were actually wrapping up our first documentary. And it was just kind of figuring out, like, hey, what's our next story that we want to tell? And the first project that we did was a documentary on everything as a platform and kind of our coming together story, kind of what makes the brand what it is. And essentially, you know, our goal is to create this platform, not for us to be able to only tell our story, but, you know, to create the platform for others to tell their story as well, whether it's through film, fashion, or technology. And so Nagus is a good friend of mine, and I had known what he was building for a long time now. I was taking my younger brother, to train once a week with him, and it's just it's funny when you see someone, you know, you've known since you were in high school, kind of, you know, doing something professional, and it's really cool to see, right? And so I told Izzy, I was like, yo, I'd love to tell Nagus's story. This is his everything. He's doing this full time. He's built this ecosystem here in the Bay, and now across California, as well as training players internationally, right? And so we actually started filming the project 2021. And it took about 3 years, a little over 3 years, for us to complete it, right? This is a project that was done by just Israel and I. Produced, shot, directed, funded, all in-house. And so it definitely takes some time, you know, to kind of get the things we need done. Obviously, you're balancing this with, you know, I work a full-time job, like, outside of everything. Israel freelances, so we're both balancing, you know, pretty large plates and everything else that comes in life, right? So it took 3 years for us from start to, you know, today.
Wow. Well, that's props to you guys. That's amazing. Yeah, especially balancing everything else. I think a lot of us as creatives totally understand that, trying to, you know, survive and, you know, trying to pursue our dreams. And yeah, that's incredible.
I want to add something to that. You mentioned, like, you know, Nagus, and you've taken your brother to the practice and everything. In college, for my senior year, I did a photo project called Inspire, and one of the subjects that I interviewed was Nagus. And this is when he was starting out Golden Boot, and he was doing it at the, like, San Francisco Beach, Ocean Beach, or like at parks and everything. So I was like exposed to the story, and I understood and, like, heard his story and, like, his inspiration by his dad. And I remember thinking, because this was a part of Inspire Project, is about 21 people that I interviewed, and I didn't get the opportunity to tell his story to the max, fully. Even now, I feel like we haven't really told his story. But I remember thinking that there's unfinished business, and so it's 3 years, but it's good to be back, like, to be telling his story.
No, I love that. Okay, so it sounded like a full circle moment. Yeah, we love that. That's amazing. Okay, so was there ever an intention of telling a story centered around, like, a Habesha creator, or did it just end up working that way?
No, it was definitely intended to highlight the stories of people around us, right? I felt that we started our first project on documenting our story, and then looking kind of like who's around us that we think is doing something, quote unquote, their everything. And Nagus was one of the first people that came to mind, right? He had been doing this for so long. I know Nagus, like I said, through high school, him playing soccer at Berkeley High, him playing internationally in Germany, coming back, playing at SF State, and then starting this. So I've been watching kind of his journey firsthand. But our intention is to continue highlighting stories that are close to us, people that we know, people that we have genuine relationships with, people that have been building, in their space, in their work. And because what we're trying to do is not just capture their story, but it's really looking to inspire other people, right? And it's one thing I always say is that we already have everything we need with the community and the circle and the support that we have in our system. It's just a matter of time for those doors to open. And so I think like seeing someone who someone who you might be more familiar with, but putting them in a different light, putting them like, hey, this is what it looks like in their world on a day-to-day, and really showcasing the dedication, the intentionality, and showcasing what it means to really pursue your everything. Like we're trying to capture that essence in it. Turn to be able to inspire everyone who watches. It's like whatever you're looking to do, you can find a way to do it, and whether it takes time, whether you're balancing multiple things, it's just a matter of like continuing to do it, staying consistent until you get to the point where you've benchmarked us as success.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's definitely empowering and very motivational. So I once again commend you guys for pushing that mission. I think we need a lot more of that. So you guys are doing an incredible job with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So I know you guys talked a bit about like, juggling jobs, freelancing, and, having to self-fund. Outside of that, every project has its own personal challenges. What are any challenges that you guys encountered during the 3 years of putting this together?
Which one do we start with? Like Abdul said, we started shooting the first interviews in 2021, and I mean, we didn't plan on it taking 3 years. It just happened to take that long, and at the end, we realized like stories age well, and obviously, we believed in Nagus and Golden Boot Academy, and now they're training like pro players, and they've grown. So the story eventually. The fact that it took 3 years, we've capitalized on that to be able to tell the aftermath and where they are now, basically. But as far as challenges go, like Abdul said, we juggled full-time jobs and I freelance full-time. So just being able to, I guess, create a timeline, and we've created timelines, like due dates, maybe so many times, like a handful of times, and we had to just extend it, right? He's fully working, so he's a full-time, just finding time, basically. Finding time to meet and being the same page. Yeah, you can add on to that.
Yeah. So on top of just juggling, everyday life, right? On top of work, it's family stuff, right? Israel got married in that time period, right? And dealing with that, I was in LA, moved back to the Bay, and work has me traveling a lot. So as Israel mentioned, it's kind of finding the time to dedicate on top of other projects, right? Like we were releasing multiple collections in between, but we understood this is like a larger scale project. And as Israel mentioned, it aged really well. It kind of worked out for us. And, we would have an end date, something would happen with Golden Boot, we're like, we have to add this to the documentary, right? They kept the sequence of them training Mongala, Naomi Girma, and then Leon Bailey was all within, I want to say, a few months. And then Leon Bailey came 2 weeks before we were supposed to release the film. And so we last minute had to add that in. And it's just a testament to how quickly and how much success Golden Boot is seeing as an organization. They actually just wrapped up their second tournament in Ethiopia last week. And Nagus is texting me like, hey, let's add this to the doc too. And I'm just like, no, we can't do it. We'll add to the next one. But it's just, again, a testament to all the work that they've had, us extending timelines, and I think it's also a huge testament to, like I said, this is a two-man team, and we fully own this project. We dictate every aspect of this project, the timeline, we dictate when we release it, how we release it. We're not answering to anyone in that sense, which is, gives us that level of flexibility to, okay, we're gonna add this, we're gonna add that. And then I'm a firm believer in, you know, timing, all timing is God's timing is perfect. And when things happen, it's when they're exactly supposed to happen.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, clap up for that one. Yeah, that's real. Spitting facts. Okay, so you mentioned a couple times that, you know, it's just been you two working on this. So what was it like collaborating with each other and trying to match each other's creative visions? Was there alignment? Was there some disagreements? Wanted to go in different directions? Kind of, what was that like?
Yeah, it's funny, we were just talking about this. So this being our second project, right? Like we learned pretty early in our relationship in terms of when we first met, you know, from that first marketing project that we did, that like, we had a really good cadence of work, if that makes sense. I felt that I was able to express an idea to Israel, and I feel like he would understand it exactly visually, if that makes sense. We've actually had times where it's like, I pitch him an idea, we draw this sketch, and it's exactly what was in my head. So it's like, we just have amazing alignment in that sense, in terms of vision, how we kind of want stories to be told. And then it's just continuous collaboration, you know, and constant communication throughout these projects, even through these extended timelines, right? Even when things change, it's just, you know, making sure I share like, hey, looks like we're gonna need to move with this. There's this added footage. What do you think? How should we go about it? And I think it's a huge, for me at least, I really trust in Israel's talent, his eye, his creative direction. I think he's a brilliant creator in that sense. And it's been honestly very seamless in kind of workflows. I can't even think of like a disagreement outside of like, oh, what do you think about moving this sound up or this sound up? And then we talk through it and it's like, okay, now we have a conclusion within a matter of 30 seconds. So I can't even think of something that comes to mind in that sense. But it's, I think just constant communication and creative alignment. Like, I feel like sometimes he's reading my mind. It's weird.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much for the kind words. I mean, I can say the same thing about Abdul. He's a visionary. He has a vision, and he sticks to it. We work really well. We were talking about it yesterday. Like we work really well. I feel like we definitely bring in where the other person lacks, right? I told you that we're like left brain and right brain. And I mean, I'm an artist. I'm an artist at heart, and like discipline and like meeting deadline is something that I had to force myself to do, because like I feel like there's so much stuff that I can change on this documentary, and it's like at the end of the day, we just have to create it and publish it and screen it to people. But yeah, collaborating with somebody like Abdul to bring the vision to reality. And we literally have like notebooks full of ideas and sketches, like you mentioned, that we talked about. And I mean, we've documented a lot of them too. So it's empowering.
Yeah.
It's empowering.
No, it's definitely a testament to the amount of things you could get done with just two people that have the intention and, you know, set the time and have the passion for it. I mean, we saw the result of that, so that's incredible. A dynamic duo. Okay, so to wrap it up, can you share any insights into what's next for everything? Are there more collaborative projects, shorts, clothing drops? What's in the works? Anything new?
Yeah, there's a lot of projects. As you know, we always have multiple things kind of happening at one time, and kind of releasing them when the time is right. We definitely have some additional clothing coming out. So these jerseys are collaborations with Golden Boot. We released them. Initially, we had an exclusive screening in the Bay for the local Bay Area community. This is like our official film debut, so it's, you know, an honor for us to be able to do it with KITFO TV and your guys' first film festival. And you know, we have these jerseys will be available in the pop-up mixer as well as some other merchandise. But we have some additional stuff coming out later this year. We've pretty much already finalized what our next project's gonna be, right? As I mentioned, like, we're really looking to create the platform for people to wanna tell their stories. And it's funny, like, you know, you might have an idea of when you think things might happen, After the debut in the Bay, I already had people come up to me like, hey, I have this story that I'd like to tell. What do you think about potentially doing it with everything? And I was like, whoa, I wasn't anticipating this to happen this quickly, that kind of thing. But we have our next larger film project laid out. We definitely, you know, I feel like we're constantly talking about like shorts and like everyday content and how we're supposed to read it, because we document so much of our process for the past, what, 5 years now. Like we have 2 terabytes, we have 2 hard drives that are like 3 terabytes, 5 terabytes each? 5 terabytes each. Yeah, and we've taken 3 terabytes of it. And so it's just like, we have a lot of stuff that we're sitting on that we're planning on releasing. You know, we have stories from 2021, the first Cut and Sew collection. You know, we want to tell that story. COVID, how we were able to work in COVID. We were recording all of our Zoom meetings and all of that. So definitely, you know, continuing, you know, these type form contents in terms of larger storytelling, shorter form content, giving additional insight to our, you know, everyday as a brand. And then the fashion and the technology where, you know, those are continually happening every day as well.
Just to add to that, we definitely want to continue to tell stories of, this came up earlier, why was it planned to like feature stories of Habesha people? Not necessarily, but like it's so relatable and we share the same story, right? Of just pursuing something creative. With that said, we definitely want to feature other artists and people that are pursuing their everything, their passion. And with that said, just like we mentioned that Nugus is in Ethiopia doing another cup in Hawassa, and just like seeing his stories and just like hanging out with the kids and just seeing their happiness and his happiness and the whole impact of it, like I definitely want to go back and do a part 2 to the story. I feel like this documentary that we saw is a trailer to the story of Golden Boot and Nugus. So yeah, we'll see where that goes.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see everything come from everything. Okay, so let's give a round of applause to ABDULALIM JEMAL and Israel Alamu for this Q&A, for the film, and for sponsoring the event. So we're going to have a mixer outside. They also have their pop-up outside, so please say hi to them, interact with their booth, and purchase some of the jerseys from the film you just watched. So we'll see you outside. We'll be out there for about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll be back inside.
Settle down and never leave. See, I just copped a bomb from the smoke shop. Baby, if you down, we can roll one. We can sleep and slide to a slow song. She said, put it inside, don't hold on. It's been so long. Somebody tell me what we got into. Say why we stuck in a limbo when we feel puff under the window. Taking shots of your body. 1942. Oh, mommy, I don't bust, big it don't bust, but I'm still smoking my claro, claro, claro. Oh, mommy, I don't bust, big it don't bust, but I'm still smoking my claro, claro, claro. Shayo, shayo.
See for you I dey grind every day, but you dey make me high every day. Love me like I love you, baby. I be make a roll another baby. Bitch, I don't get you off my mind for days, and if I talk at them go say I crazy. Caro, Caro, telling me why you rub for face. Yes, I know I'll leave your side. If you fight me, we reconcile. Caro, Caro.
Oh, mommy, I don't bust, big it don't bust, but I'm still smoking my claro, claro, claro. Oh, mommy, I don't bust, big it don't bust, but I'm still smoking mine.
Yeah. This carol was 100 cm, around 1 p.m. Go to the 1:15, motifat on the end. We heard that drink to pass the total number of the men. Where I come with, no one fit comprehend. Pro-feminism, so man's been cooking and improving. Fish shawarma, so she mad the food, the Oshima, the group. It will be change, that be movie, so anti-boys. Modi stone on a condition, modi loner by choice. Whatever I dream, I do. I would need taboo. Their salary azul, their alawi na queue. Rabata with their school fees, my pata jeans and shoe. Now pride I freeze my tourists, do one with is not true. I give the party life, now maybe party rise. It should be eater, giving appetite to biggie by the pies. We no go ever give you na invite or give you na green light. I no go ever put cigar inside or give you na inside.
But I'm still smoking mine. Claro, claro, claro. I'm I don't bust, biggie don't bust. But I'm still smoking mine. Claro, claro, claro.
Maskosho ngenkinga sekubalisela
How'd you?
Maskhuphula imizwa
Wezombi.
sukumisa umzimba Maskosho ngenkinga sekubalisela Maskhuphula imizwa sukumisa umzimba Comment ça va? Comment ça va, nana? Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va, nana.
Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va.
Comment ça va?
Alaikum. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Namaste. ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va.
Comment ça va? Unyaka savana chiga bonu yaithetela wente shot nyamthatha asa ay manu yasakuna nangat ngamshange pataphat athi koma savana mina ngisithandela istenso ma maskosho ngenkinga sekubalisela maskhuphula imizwa sukumisa umzimba
Nakufosi ni ujinga, sikutaka kwenda, yani ni kujiumiza, nimeata kupenda.
Comment ça va?
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 Aïe, ça va.
Comment ça va? Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va. Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va.
Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va. Aïe, ça va.
Sanbonani, amba namachita sekreteti, yapila ntwana wena unjani, ayu wena ngithi vele ufunani, ayu wezombi sanbonani, amba namachita sekreteti, pila ntwana wena unjani ayiwona ngithi vele ufunani ayiwezomi sava sava tata
Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aya ça va. 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 Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aya ça va. 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 Look at me, dada. As my dreadlocks are longer. I know say right now, now my time, I no go waste them rara. I go use them, dada. I go use them, dada. Innocentness in a bastard. How they see I'm jeje. So if I do you wrong, I apologize. For the people who they sympathize, I gotta go make them larger. Full of snakes and spiders. Make a wrong move, lose your life, make it hard for your mother to sleep at night. Street no love you right. Some people they for mortuary. Some people they for hospital. Count your blessing one by one. Sure bet, yeah. Time has come to lift our voices. Lift my voice in prayer. Anyhow, go all in. Julio Casasha no wale. Lifestyle we push, you fair my baby. You can believe in me more than I believe in me. I swear. Back then when loud no day, Arizona la fi jogo. I know they go anywhere to go me, I they try with caution. But don't ferry, closer to the prophecy. Striker to your watch, see. Small intro, they call it Allah wala, ginger my guys, make it reach our side. Come on, belly galoti. Morning and night, but they hustle and grind. Make it reach our time. They know the first time on to shine. Ọpọlọ ló fi ń jáwó, olówó ló máa ń yáwó. Ìṣọ̀kan ló fi ń pawó, owó ló fi ń wówó. Psalm 93 recover, gbọ́mọ sínú chopper, ti gba dọ́là, make I no suffer. Ẹ bá mi wọ́n ọ̀nà láti ṣọ́nà. Back then when loud no day, Arizona like the juggle. I know they go anywhere they go me, I they tread with caution. Don't ferry, closer to the prophecy. Strike at your watch, Jesse. Small intro, the collery. Allah walai, ginger my guys, make it reach our side. Come up, belly galoti. Morning and night, but they hustle and grind. Make it reach our time. They know the first time on to shine. Allah walai, ginger my guys, make it reach our side. Come on, belly galoti. That increase my guy, but they hustle and grind. Make it reach our time. They know the first time on to shine.
It's STG.
Fuck with no manners, body language at the no translator. Girl, your body telling me she don't wanna keep no manners. Fuck me to your body, speaks to me again. I go respond when you don't feel her for your belly. Under the league, she the wet, my best shitty. Call them tears of joy, she go like celebrity. Oh, make I know to talk. I wanna show you my baby. Talk true talk, fresh body me. On who's up, let road for my baby. Who's up, no coffee by you. I know to talk, I wanna show you my baby. Talk true talk, fresh body me. On who's up, let road for my baby. Who's up, no coffee by you.
DJ 808 where's your CC? Make I show you the update. I said, brother man, we got late. Make money long, make it upgrade. See, if you don't bomb and you don't collect, raise your hand up. If you never bomb and you won't collect, raise your hand up. Steady bombing, inside bombing, any bombing, fake bombing, crazy bombing, inter bombing, urgent bombing. My brother, oh yeah, just stay bomb, 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 bomb. If you never bomb, go bomb, 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 bomb. This life you must bomb, 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 bomb. If you never bomb, go bomb, 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 bomb.
Say, as you do with your close your eyes, let me pray for you. You know, go jump clear, it go stress you. Time to boss, I wanna go interrupt you. Go collect the right jacket, go start to they find you. All the amigos go they want you. She did do shakara before, now she go they test you. If the money they call me Bondu, she go follow even if you be like Shatta Bondu. Keep bombing, no sleeping. Your eye they close, take molly. I don't see pastor where they take poly. So therefore, nobody knows if you know Sabi bomb, make it Sabi play. I go show you pepper, say people are wicked. All my shit for yourself, I feel no Fabe pay. Show I get better, only really better.
Madadi, Zakudi, Ingudi, Etuedi, Kigodi, Toyedi, Rexidi, Blogger, Kukudi, Ontredi, Dapsindi, Ayunzedi, GAPD, Kubanadi, Joey Zazadi. My brother, oh yeah, just they bomb, 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 bomb. If you never bomb, go bomb, 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 bomb. This life you must bomb, 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 bomb. If you never bomb, go bomb, 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 bomb. Keep bombing. And I say, bombing. Keep bombing. Keep bombing. Keep bombing. Keep bombing. Keep bombing.
You already know, it's DJ 808. We got Smarter and Zlatan in the building. Luno Records, Afrosonic, it's the Dream Team, baby. Stay bombing.
Sometimes I know it, sometimes I don't know how to show it. But somewhere at the back of your mind, I hope that you know that I love every single moment with you. Sometimes I say it, but sometimes I don't know how to show it. But somewhere at the back of your mind, I hope that you know that I love every single moment with you. We found love in the dueletta, the kind of love where we go remember, the kind of love where you know fi end up. Yeah, make you do me tender, take me to Kenya, tell me Nakubenda, close to my heart like a pendant. Baby more pay, yeah, sorry, money more pay, yeah, sorry. You toxic, I like it like that. If you call my line, I'm calling right back. Tell me what you wanna do tonight. I'm free tonight. I wanna be with you tonight. And even when I did out time, even when I am still in denial, not only you they light up my fire, not only you I desire. But sometimes I don't know how to show it. But somewhere at the back of your mind, I hope that you know that I love every single moment with you. Sometimes I say it, but sometimes I don't know how to show it. But somewhere at the back of your mind, I hope that you know that I love every single moment with you.
What should I do to let you know I feel inside for you? Inside for you. That you feel the love inside. Cause you're my back and forth, I'm back and forth, so love.
Back and forth, you and I, we could be so much more, yeah.
Bazala. Hello. Gucci.
All the colors of the rainbow, 50 shades of grey, them I got me in my feelings, in my feelings, in my feelings, in my feelings. Sometimes I just got to lay low, me and you alone on the inside, cause I need it for my healing, for my healing. Strings that I chain to my needle, I for come pull up on you when I want to, I for don't give up on love, but I got you. Me I no go take your heart, put down for but all my strings that I chain to my needle, I for come pull up on you when I want to. Banana, your love make me feel good. Banana, your love make me feel good. Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that. Say you go want me like that. Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that. You go want me like that. Move body reckless. Share a life sentence in front of me, act like a necklace. Make body pepper. All them my enemies, they won't come between, but me no let them. I no keep two-faced, I'm innocent. With only you, I won't share this moment. All this time you got me losing my mind. Strings that I chain to my needle, I for come pull up on you when I want to. I for don't give up on love, but I got you. Me I no go take your heart, put down for but all my strings that I chain to my needle, I for come pull up on you when I want to. Banana, your love make me feel good. Banana, your love make me feel good. Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that. Say you go want me like that. Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that. You go want me like that.
Hello.
Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that. Even if I say no flirting, no touching, baby, say you go love me like that.
Long came to see.
Forget it, Fugazi. Love Bobby now, cause me a Richard Millie, the same week. I got me a new khaki. All the girl them love me, what I feeling, I am shining like I'm a Rizzi. What I no get enemy, but they hating on my water Fiji. Early more money, I dey bomb. I dey cash out on it now. I give all glory to God. I dey hustle, rocking a less and I want. I dey polo, I dey ball. The energy I be born. All my guys we stay steady, yo. Mr. Ganja with the tobacco. yeah, yo. Mr. Ganja with the tobacco. Too many motor for my yard, oh. I define how I go back, I'm home. Money I buy from my bank, oh. How to make money is all I know. Girl, you got me going crazy and I don't even know why. I don't know what it is, but there is something that I like. Something, 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 hey, hey. Girl, your body ain't crazy, but you still made me look twice. Maybe it's your vibe, your smile, or maybe just your eyes. One conversation and I'm fascinated. Why? You ain't my type, so why you stuck up in my mind? Shawty, tell me what it is. Hey, tell me all your secrets. Hey, hey, hey. Maybe using my jig. Hey, or you using poison. Cause there be something, something. Stuck in, bugging. I'm bugging. Girl, you got me going crazy and I don't even know why. I don't know what it is, but there is something that I like. Something, something, hey, get it like, 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 hey, hey, get it, but your body in your face make me go gaga, hey, hey, get it, but your vibe and your personality make me gaga, hey, hey. I don't know what it is, but I want everything or nada. Eh, eh. Only way to find out if I bring it to my home, my Gaza. Girl, you got me going crazy and I don't even know why. I don't know what it is, but there is something that I like. Something, something, hey, get it like, get it like, get it like, get it like, get it like.
She don't give me something, Roja over. I don't even tell you govern like she do me karashika. Make I no feel liver. Me way be John Cena. I say I swear you mine, die. Baby girl, now you be God design. But like, as your face they show, now show your shoe design. Now you gon' be my wife. You got to be my wife. Boy, you are paid the price. Yeah. Oh Gigi, oh my.
Plenty can from my life, now you I choose. I don't dey wonder if you everything I cruise. If I do you wrong, my baby boo, I'm sorry. You say I get too many girls, that's one a story. But now you dey my mind, I swear, say now you dey my mind. I swear I know the lie, I dream about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I know fit deny. Girl, you do me bad, yeah.
Ogechi, come on.
No, my baby, okay, come on. Lulu fair, no good lie, I need your love for my. I'm if I'm genyeki, obi muhima ni maka. Pretty in your love is all I do for the living. I tempted to touch your foreign booty. If I kill him all, still the love I got. It's full of love for back. Oh baby, this love is real. I give you mama, put down a fish on. Don't love like Oba, boy I come yeah, you forgot that, baby, I know say you like her. Mani magali, let her dollar. But around to make us spray you on my dollar now. Parade for my body, yeah. Chop my ground to make it on my piggy. Oh, Ogechi, come on. fair, no cool lie, I need your love for my.
Mami fem genyeki obi mo imani maka.
Initiating rage process.
Now which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Comma. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I did Papa do savannah. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Small leeway, they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily, trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo, more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love, stability on gonna, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Things happen inside life, try that to make I live my life. Dreams come true, if not fight the fight, make you no go tired. Fire they go, you need to put your body and soul. If your worries alone, oh, I just savannah, living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Small leeway, they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily, trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo, more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love, stability on gonna, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Now which kind life will I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas, comma. Yeah.
London.
Steady increase in the commas, comma.
Shawty, what you doing is wrong. I don't go pray for Mecca for you, Jah. That what you doing to me, I know if it to cast. Astaghfirullah, you do me shallow. Why oh no, that you was my lando. Shallow, yeah. To carry my future, give you to give you my destiny. I don't go pray for more God issue. They say now you gon' be the issue. Yeah, I know it's hard to tell anybody that a bad man like me like it. But one kid is in number wow. You only fall for Baba wow. Yeah, Shawty, what you doing is wrong. I don't go pray for Mecca for you, Jah. That what you doing to me, I know if it to cast. Astaghfirullah, you do me shallow. Why oh no, that you was my lando. Shallow, yeah. I know that you drive me crazy, so I go to the river and pray that one day you gon' see the light and hold me tight to my baby. Oh, Mama, yeah, my door. Mama, yeah, cool for me. Mama, yeah, my door. How should they do? I'm to me. Shawty, what you doing is wrong. I don't go pray for Mecca for you, Jah. That what you doing to me, I know if it to cast. shallow, 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 yeah, yeah.
Clap, walk one.
Protection.
Parle-moi levé, me parle pas de sentiments. C'est pas avec amour qu'on achète vêtements. C'est dommage pour mon ex, j'étais le chouchou de son passé. Y'a plus rien à coller, quand c'est cassé, c'est cassé. Petit génie fait son malin, elle veut câlin, je fais le gamin. Je suis dans le truc, je suis dans le machin, j'ai le bras long, elle me donne sa main. C'est ma jolie madame, même devant le miroir, y'a pas de comme toi. Ma jolie madame, tu peux chercher mais y'a pas de comme moi. Elle veut du bouche à bouche, il faut que je touche son pouls. Tout le temps elle me parle d'amour, elle veut que j'aime tout pour nous. C'est qu'on est bon qu'à ça, hein, c'est qu'on est bon qu'à ça, hein, c'est qu'on est bon qu'à ça, ouais, c'est qu'on est bon qu'à ça, ouais, oh.
Parle-moi envers, ne parle pas de sentiments. C'est pas avec amour qu'on achète vêtements. C'est dommage pour mon ex, j'étais le chouchou de son passé. Y'a plus rien à coller, quand c'est cassé, c'est cassé.
C'est le capot 1, fais-en un, fais-en un, fais-en un, j'arrive et tout s'éteint, tout est plein, tout est plein. Fais-en un, je suis pas au Malais, j'ai jeté le show pour dans l'allée. Elle veut se caler, mais je suis légendaire comme Pépé Calé, c'est pas comme ça.
Parle-moi levé, me parle pas de sentiments. C'est pas avec amour qu'on achète vêtements. C'est dommage que mon ex, j'étais chouchou de son passé. Y'a plus rien à coller, quand c'est cassé, c'est cassé.
Parle-moi envers, ne parle pas de sentiments. C'est pas avec amour qu'on achète vêtements. C'est dommage pour mon ex, j'étais le chouchou de son passé. Y'a plus rien à coller, quand c'est cassé, c'est cassé.
The big monster.
I know no be where you want you day to day. Cause you found your life, oh yes, it's great 3 days. I wanna be a pop star, doctor. Be the richest in the room when the gang's at. But the truth be said right now, I did lose my brain. Imagination won't kill me. Gonna be like say I did day lazy. It be like say I did day low key. Cause time done it run out though. Imagination won't kill me. Gonna be like say I did day lazy. It be like say I did day low key. Cause time done it run out though. But I'll be alright. You know get something we go solve for my life. We got no feel right. Now you go decide if you want give up. up, or you want live up, or you want to survive. Oh. Make you no waste your time.
This life free to see bigger than a cinema. But you make me one year, got to win it back. I tell you, say we know they give up, no. What you go do if you know get nobody here? I stay true to the Bible, so no be me go lie to. Nah. They say life be fast, so me have to fight. Everything in my team, but they count money.
Imagination won't kill me. Come be like say I did lazy. It be like say I did low key. Cause time don't run out. Oh. Imagination won't kill me. Come be like say I did lazy. It be like say I did low key. Cause time don't run out. Oh. But I'll be alright. You know get something we go solve for my life. We go do feel right. Now you go decide. If you want give up, or you want live up, or you want to survive, oh. Make you no waste your time. Oh. Imagination won't kill me. Come be like say I did lazy. It be like say I did low key. Cause time don't run out. Oh.
Non, c'est pas moi qui ai commencé, ta copine t'a devancé, désolé mais là c'est mort. Tu veux tout recommencer mais t'as pas capté que c'est mort. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher mais c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher, c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi. Bébé, je suis pas l'homme que fait pour toi. Tu n'arrêtes pas de parler de moi. Tu surveilles mes stories depuis des mois. T'as toujours pas compris, je suis plus dans ça. Tu veux te recommencer, mais les portes elles sont fermées. Tu commences à capter, c'est mort. Non, c'est pas moi qui ai commencé. Ta copine t'a devancé, désolé mais là c'est mort. Tu veux tout recommencer mais t'as pas capté que c'est mort. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher mais c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher, c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi. Baby, ça sera toujours différent de ce que tu connaissais. Avec mon oubli chaque instant de ton passé. Je donne la chair de poule quand je suis investi, je fais cet effet. L'humilité, parfois faut l'insulter. Paraît que je suis un bandit, paraît que je veux pas grandir. Paraît que dans les quatre coins du club j'ai des momies. Les gens vont mentir, faut rester solide quand on va yeah. Non, c'est pas moi qui ai commencé, ta copine t'a devancé. Désolé mais là c'est mort. Tu veux tout recommencer mais t'as pas capté que c'est mort. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher mais c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi. Tu veux mon cœur mais c'est pas comme ça. Je t'aime beaucoup mais c'est pas comme ça. Ça peut matcher, c'est pas comme ça. Y'a les uns, y'a les autres, ils sont pas comme moi.
Shopping, natty baby girl lifestyle. Fendi, go to tire you, baby. You know, say me go love you, scatter. Give me a shotty, yo. Make I know the level on me. Tell me the truth, smart on me. Or am I they push your P, cause I like you a lot. Fine girl, say she know like stress. I go buy you Tesla. Girl, I need your attention. Your wine is special. I go get you eventually. I know many guys they are DM, boy, no agree, no agree. Oh, and I be like you did that borrow me. Oh, and I be like you be that banana. Oh, and I be like you did that borrow me. Oh, and I be like you be that banana. Attention, attention, attention. Can I be serious? This your body serious, serious. Can I get a name or something? You leave me wanting more. She a twist it, she a turn it. Me a sit back, observe it. When I carry you like you a burden. Way so small it's concerning. Like night I go up, down. Girl, you can't be done now. No, don't run. I need your attention, girl. Fine girl, say she know I like stress. I go buy you Tesla. Girl, I need your attention. Girl, your wine is special. I go get you eventually. I know many guys they are DM, but no agree, no agree. Oh, and I be like you did not borrow me. Oh, and I be like you be that bad. Sensational, yeah. What didn't I do for you, girl? And I know, and I know, and I know. I act the fool for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me the clues to the riddle. Oh, wow, oh. Laugh just a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can't be bitchy. Tell me love her to the morning, nah, nah, nah. Love her to the nighttime, nah, nah, nah. I don't get nobody, yeah. If you give me body, I won't tell nobody, yeah. Valley girl, she wears clothes. Now she want me pool skirt, so me pool skirt. Valley girl, she wears schools. You see, it's obvious, it's obvious. Sensational, yeah. What didn't I do for you, girl? And I know, and I know, and I know. I act the fool for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me the clues to the riddle. Oh, wow, oh. Laugh just a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can't be bitter. This one, she's fine, oh, yeah. She want this, then she got this. She know fit control them, yeah. She dance it, she wind it. She make me want give her body back shots, body. Give her body back shots, body. Give her body back shots, body. Oh, 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 oh. Back shit the way I jump for NYC. Yeah. Big girl, she carry the best I've seen. Yeah. Steadily ready, me assassin. Whoa. Sweet in my belly, you're like cake icing. Something jelly. Eggplant emoji, so trained when I slide it in. Now she watching me like telly. Sensational, yeah. Waiting I do for you, girl. And I know, and I know, and I know. I act the fool for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me the clues to the riddle. Oh, wow, oh. Laugh just
Shalipi Roosevelt Tulu. Goody goody, girl goody goody bam bam. I need you now now. Put me on fire like a lantern. Girl you taste so divine, and I wonder why you so sensational.
What didn't I do for you, girl?
Can I do for
And
you?
I know, and I know, and I know. I do for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me the clues how to riddle. Laugh just a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can be bitter. Sensational, yeah. What didn't I do for you, girl? And I know, and I know, and I know. I do for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me the clues how to riddle. Laugh just a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can be bitter.
Never met a girl like this. Think I might leave her, but I like it. Think she's the one, and I feel that too. Really would be dumb if I don't follow. I'm fighting, love got me diving. You're not fighting, loving in silence. She wants some, go through the dices. I got the keys, girl, but we just survive it. I think I wanna fall in love. Girl, make me fall in love. Oh, my baby, make me fall in love. I think I wanna fall in love. Girl, make me fall in love. Oh, my baby, make me fall in love.
Yeah, pasa mi tiña flow sky. Fuck phone, mami pink line. E gustora mi da rabiosa más. Llámame un beso y te vimos gas. Jane, iris de tona. Ay, mami, me tiene bien loca. Feel love, poca. El atende de sexo, la contenta. Back me show, la concentra. Mi pensa mara, mi body, man, en mi side. Tu cubo, tu camina, mi tabay. Pero lo más tú recones amor aquí. Mi taza en de baños, bye. I think wanna fall in love. Y'all make me fall in love.
Oh, my baby, make me fall in love. I think I wanna fall in love. Girl, make me fall in love. Oh, my baby, make me fall in love.
mamacita. Me paso morena comme c'est pas ma margarita. Baby, anywhere you want go, come back around you the visa. Visa, 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 visa. Vámonos, ¿qué pasa? Baby, have fun. Tell me what's your destination. We go touchdown. I could take you there. I could take you anywhere. Oh, baby. I could take you anywhere. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
can do that. I have over the nuka, no. Miss Universe gonna put the want to know the biggest I am. And I know you better me a mo. Cause I'm my body banging, banging, banging. Where no se te mama sita. The passion arena, come sip on my margarita. Baby, anywhere you want go, come make I run you the visa. Vámonos, ¿qué pasa? Baby, have tell me what's your destination. We go touchdown. I could take you there. I could take you anywhere, oh, my woman. I could take you anywhere, oh. Get, get. Get, get. Yes. Get, get. Get, get. Get, get. Yes. Get, get. Yes. Get, get. Yes. Get, get. Get, get. Get, get.
Totally me make I don't. When I see you, I dey fall in love. Dark skin complexion. I have a confession. I've been thinking things I can do to you. I see so. Oh baby, my chérie, rendezvous ce soir. Make I show you something. Make I give you something. Why now I always you get innocent face, but you look like a problem. Me, I like this problem. Now it's in a different. Now you there for my mind. Voila. Pepe red like a tarodo. Spin around like a tornado.
I know, say, I do your head like Peruvian. Your bust and your hips and your waist like Brazilian. I want wine like Dominican. Make a put it for your finger, take it to church, Anglican. No be shenanigans. You did take me to trance when you do that, not a bounce. My girl, me, I know the gas. Nobody take your class. You so fly with nobody pass. I see they give me how they call it down with Toto. It's facts, tell her, baby, this one no be your koto. You know, so wait to give the find in my shokoto. Girl, I wanna slide in on the koto. Wamilili, bakasi okbo. Keep it okbo. Wala okbo. She said the love that I got for you, baby, okbo. My luck, gao, Angelina Jolie, okbo.
Now you there for my mind. Voila. Pepe red like a tarodo. Spin around like a tornado. Voila. Oh, voila. Premium sugar. Premium whistle.
Wait. Ta. Hey. What's up, the money? Mother don't shish, blood don't turn to sugar ants. See, mother don't shish, blood don't turn to sugar ants. See, you red night press some. Start to depend on. Not be lie. Don't pull up in the dender. Money day, child day, bird day, catch day, rollers day, AP day, money day, catch day, rollers day, pass day, Ubla day, rollers day, AP months,
Cuban monk, oh relax. Morning day, bounty day, jolly day, birthday day, catch rollers day, every day. Morning day, catch day, rollers day, pull up to the Lambo, back to back, 247, we smoking backwood, round up. Say, now we up on this, 247, we be up on this shit. Say, now we up on this, we on big numbers. Say, baby, give it diggish, heavy division. I'ma step in on my team, bad line, you know the matter. Settle on this, I'ma step in on this, I'ma step in on this. Say, outside first, now we drop it together. No, now we sip it together. Party in the club, she was singing Cinderella. Cha-cha, she was singing Cinderella. I was standing from the back, she was doing it from the hitter. I give her 6'9", she was not too bad. She sucked my dick, I must start for the hitter. If you still gonna take this, say, morning day, child day, birthday day, catch day, rollers day, every day, morning day, catch day, rollers day, pata day, oobla day, rollers day, every month, Cuban month, oh relax, morning day, child day, birthday day, catch day, rollers day, every day. Jetty money, this one, Posato money, this one, Margin money, this one, MDC, this one.
Why you know they kept my time? Is there someone else? You did do me corny, yo. Every day new story, yo. Shit, I just they waste my time, cause you don't become someone else. See palava for me, yo. You know they touch my body, yo. It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back, but it feels one-sided now. It feels one-sided now. You don't have to pretend about it, cause it's crystal clear now. Guess it's bye to the good times. I'll be gone by the sunrise. I'll be better on my own. I'll be better on my own. Nah. Nobody should call my phone. Nobody should call my phone. Nah. This is my last heartbreak song. This is my last heartbreak song. Nah. I'll be good all on my own. I'll be good all on my own. Nah.
Why you so quick to leave when we both can make it work? When I'm gone, I make you nervous. If you hurt me, I deserve it. I've been acting foolishly, forgetting what you were. You start loving me, I know this, but even chaos serves a purpose. It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back. So don't give in till you change mine, cause I'll be here for a lifetime. You don't have to pretend about it, cause it's crystal clear now. Guess it's bye to the good times, and I'll be gone by the sunrise.
I'll be better on my own. I'll be better on my own. Nah. Nobody should call my phone. Nobody should call my phone. Nah. This is my last heartbreak song. This is my last heartbreak song. Nah. I'll be good all on my own. I'll be good all on my own. Nah.
I ain't playing with you. You know we shut it down. Shut it down. You know we shut it down. Shut it down. You know we shut it. We dey shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things when I day play around. Live good life, more chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out. We shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things when I day play around. Live good life, more chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out. Baby come with a dandada. I gonna make it rain on you, bring an umbrella. Cash money we dey count like a bank teller. Gang we outside like antenna. Echo joy, baby. I dey win, win a loser. Come through with a bling bling top roofer. You wanna know what I'm thinking about? a mover, but they can't study me, man, a sharpshooter. Cause I shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things, been a day play around. Live good life, go chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out. Shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things, been a day play around. Live good life, go chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out. Sweet, sweet life, chop my sugar, move for Jaya. Spend some moolah, net beyond froze. Ice my cooler, no BSVVS, ask my jeweler. Oh no, Lord have mercy, baby, work it. Wanna know if you worth it, is you worth it? Your mother guys move thirsty, yeah, they nerdy. All I want you to do is put for me like a burger. Cause I shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things, been a day play around. Live good life, go chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out. Shut it down when I come down. Bad boy things, been a day play around. Live good life, go chain bust down. Man so blessed, can't stress me out.
What them I say?
Rock.
Tumbo basket, which one I go choose? Just one in the pop, come and feel me, they get boss. I said, make you dance for me, make you no go to Jones. I swear you the pop, you don't know I see the go. Tumbo basket, which one I go choose? Just one in the pop, come and feel me, they get boss. I said, make you dance for me, make you no go to Jones. I swear you the pop, you don't know I see the go.
Bad you, who respects you, brother, we didn't argue, no guesses. Cause he never damn you to full extent. See, you never experience full wetness. But mind you, I'm God sent. Maybe I go need your full consent. Show your ID, I dey avoid government. I'm a good citizen of this continent. Rise, who come back. Small me, turn your back, oh, now back to back, oh, back, oh. Each morning back your bag, oh. Don't take my polo, Marco. Carry him, return them back, oh. Can't take another round, oh.
Tumbo basket, which one I go choose? Just one in the pop, come and feel me, then get boss. I said, make you dance for me, make you no go to Jones. I swear you the pop, you don't know I see the go.
Tumbo basket, I know if you see you speed, kelebe. You too soft like fresh, agege. You too what you need, a baby. I feel like Sandra, Benede. I know if you wear this size, no me. You get only fans, make I check. And my favorite part, not wet.
Animal, Americano. A papa now Komodo. She like when I'm in control. But one money, got them now. Got them now, money now. You know she like money now. Which one I go choose? Just one in the pool. You shall know I see the go. Are you gonna dance for me, oh baby, make I know? Before I start to drop my money on you.
Tumbo baskelebe. I know if you see you speed, kelebe. You too soft like fresh, agege. You too what you need, a baby. I feel like Sandra, Benede. I know if you wear this size, so me. You get only fans, make I check. And my favorite part, not wet.
Everything for you. Another world. Yeah. Everything for you.
you do me, do me, do me, do me. Make you your own passport and Peter. Mona Lisa, make a nail it down, start to show me more. Make I see now. Me I no carry Japanese on my eyes, so make you show me something we could do me strong thing. No, make you do me things we could make it bad man shock with me baby. Shock with me baby. You dey do the things we could make a lava, won't be like Drift. Oh girl, you do me things we could make you me shout baby. She no need the visa to carry me dry by you. Everything for you. Enemies for you. Only me cover you. Everything for you.
I keep a check. She was a bad, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm alright. Needless to say, I'm keeping a check. She was a bad, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm alright.
Oh, make it do me things, we gon' make it bad man shock with me baby. You dey do the things, we gon' make a lava, won't be like Drift. Oh girl, you do me things, we gon' make you me shout baby. She no need the visa to carry me dry by you. Everything for you. Enemies for you. Only me cover you. Everything for you.
I know it's killing you now. Over. You don't wanna be alone. When you be left in the dust, and you're just not mine. You're the sunflower. You're the sunflower. C'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer. C'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer.
Thank you. Oui, ils vont encore me parler, me dire que je n'ai pas fait les bons choix, et que j'essaie de me faire douter. Mais j'ai déjà signé le contrat. Non, je suis pas loco, j'ai juste trouvé ma wife. Sentiment mon corps, give me your life. Ils ont la boca, je te jure, moi je leur ai rien fait. J'ai assez profité, les femmes, moi je les connais.
C'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer. Plus jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je vais me concentrer. Dans ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh non, c'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer. Plus jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je vais me concentrer. De ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh, fait le deuil. Oh. Jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je vais me concentrer. Dans ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh non, c'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer. Plus jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je vais me concentrer. De ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh, fait le deuil. Non, 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 tu sais que ça coûte, mais avec toi, moi, je dois continuer. Oh non, 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 je n'ai qu'un message, mon amour, ta présence dans ma tête. Pourquoi trop parler? Pourquoi trop parler? Je t'aime, tu sais déjà. Je me sens condamné. Je me sens condamné. Non, non, non.
C'est fini, tu ne vas plus pleurer. Plus jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je veux me concentrer. De ma vie d'avant, je fais le deuil. C'est fini, tu ne vas plus pleurer. C'est toi ma femme, ma seule amie. Oui, j'ai fait mon choix. Oui, j'ai fait mon choix, le plus beau des choix. jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je veux me concentrer. De ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh non, c'est fini, tu vas plus pleurer. Plus jamais je ne te laisserai seul. Sur nous deux, je veux me concentrer. De ma vie d'avant, j'ai fait le deuil. Oh, fait le deuil. Oh.
Solo. You know I've been writing solo. Before my tour get promo. Now did they call me a dollar. May nobody call me a dollar. Again, no I dollar with it perfect. When I do wear my dollar. When I do wear my dollar. When I no get it cup. See I panic for my cup. Don't need so many things you done. So many things you done. Me, I don't need fight since when I never thought it chance you disappoint. Hey, stop it. Me, I know the year what do I stop it.
And I stop on gun.
Stop it. Me, I know people you I don't know. Stop it. Hey, stop it. Me, I know the year what do I stop it. Me, I know people you I don't know. Stop it.
Stop on gun.
Stop it.
Don't know. Look, I carry them, go where them no. Look, I give them this step like Bobo. Originality, no be Bobo. I'm a yummy, oh, ni go. I dey fight all the wars on the lolo. Bekolo, see me the con, it's solo. It be like, say, yeah, I don't go low. Jagos in a lie, sin a ego. Let me my gentle long. Bukata mi o ti bogon. For my family, I be stubborn. Come on, bone. Enter their body like two guns. Kaka, on you good on. Yeah.
Stop it. Me, I know the year what do I stop it. Stop it. Me, I know people you I don't know. Stop it. Stop it. Me, I know the year what do I stop it. Me, I know people you I don't know. Stop it. Yeah, bumbo. That money is a bumbo. Normally she a check if na hustler. Get to the money pronto. They call me DK like Tonto. For me girl ready to eat condo. I've never been missing in action. They start today calling me Uche Jumbo. When I dey wear my dollar. When I no get it cup. When I panic for my cup. Don't need so many things you don't know. So many things you don't know. Me and only fight since when I never thought it. Chatty you Lisa Bamba. Hey, stop it. Me I know the year what do I stop it. Stop it. Me I know people you I don't know. Stop it. Yeah. Stop it. Me I know the year what do I stop it. Me I know people you I don't know. Stop it. Stop it.
She make a just lose my
If you see the way the girl vibe, no girl vibe, she got me tripping like a fool, baby, oh my, no doubt. Biggie never lie like me, cause I don't go like to wound a girl. Make her no go find time, blow your head, oh. I go fit to make you want to run, me I go fit scatter everywhere. In another life you are my babe, and I don't go like to ever live. Every other life, girl, I go there. Whenever you are, girl, I go live with you, baby. Don't drop me, I'm looking at you, I want something from. Don't drop me, oh yeah, only you there on my soul. You make her just lose my night. You make her just oh no. You make her just lose my night. Oh, you make her just oh God. The way you make her love you too much, I swear. If you leave me, go over you. If you try go, you go buy your own too. Now asylum, go be your best friend. You go 10 patients for asylum. If you leave me, go over you, baby. If you try go, you go buy your own, baby. Now asylum, go be your best friend. You go 10 patients for asylum. Baby, I swear, I know you know that I don't care. Whatever happen, no, I don't care.
if your love will be the death of me. No more than I say, me don't spare me, babe, don't spare me, babe. No way, baby. No kupenda ope, I know say everything go fit turn out great. In another life you are my babe, and I don't go like to ever live. Every other life, girl, I go there. Whenever you are, girl, I go live with you, baby. Don't drop me, I'm okay that you are want something from. Don't drop me, oh yeah, only you there on my soul. You make I just lose my nights. You make I just oh no. You make I just lose my nights. Oh, you make I just the way you make I love you too much, I swear. If you leave me, go over you. If you try go, you go try on too. Now asylum, go be your best friend. You go 10 patients for asylum. If you leave me, go over you, baby. If you try go, you go try on, baby. Now asylum, go be your best friend. You go 10 patients for asylum. Why on, baby?
I get my thing from the doings that they do. And you know, say, don't be fluke. Oh, baby, don't you see that my heart is tough? And I know that my mind is unstable. I know everything I rendezvous, oh, darling. You want me to fuck for you. You want me to day beg you. Want to go come do my steez, oh no. You want me to fuck for you. You want me to day beg you. Want to go come do my steez, oh no. You no need to check them. 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 They wanna know the way I they move. They wanna do the things that they do. They had to move like this, like that. They wanna do the way I they move. They wanna do the things that they do. They had to move like this, like that. You want me to fuck for you. You want me to day beg you. Want to go come do my steez, oh no. You want me to fuck for you. You want me to day beg you. Want to go come do my steez, oh no. You no need to check them. You no need to check them. You no need to check them. You no need to check them.
Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water.
Normally, I could keep my cool, but tonight I'm whining. I'ma be in a dangerous mood. Can you match my timing? Telling me that you really about it, what you're hiding. Talk is cheap, so show me that you understand I like it. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body. If I get don't know where you could stay inside it. Can you blow my mind? Oh, set off my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from it? I don't wanna wait. Come take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind?
get up on it, oh, oh. You no get time for bad company, oh. Tell that shawty, wind up on me, oh, oh. You no get time for bad company, oh. Julie, Julie, make a Judy, oh. Since your brother Gucci, oh. I been belly for me, oh. Truly, simply for your love, you know. Baby, come and touch me, oh. I love to miss you, oh. Oh, yeah, want me jaleko, Julie, jaleko. Want me jaleko, Julie, oh, yeah. Jaleko, Julie, jaleko. Oh, yeah, want me jaleko, Julie, oh, yeah. My baby, you gave must be when you pass up with your body. Grind up on the dance floor, me them know say you be somebody. Do you remember when we wasn't riders and blue? You said I got you if you got me too. Say I feel wine it, baby. Sangalo made the boys them crazy, oh. Soon get it, baby. Tell them say you my one and only Julie. Julie make a Judy, oh. Since your brother Gucci, oh. I been belly for me, oh. Truly, simply for your love, you know. Baby, come and touch me, oh. I love to miss you, oh. Oh, yeah, want me jaleko, Julie, jaleko. Want me jaleko, Julie, oh, yeah. Jaleko, Julie, jaleko. Oh, yeah, want me jaleko, Julie, oh, yeah, yeah.
Ele do marina in the ginger me nicely, ojo di kuji so. Baba she kuji ko. We bad or we good with the primo. Tough times don't last, but tough people do. We go stand tall. Eyes red like we choco. Puff pass for the pain, yeah, I love. Never really wanna know your interest. Money day for my mind, I'm in business. Many times I try to play my intellect, and you know my shop, I'm gonna beat the rest. Yeah, when you ready, make you take the shot. And you know what's gonna happen, make we ginger next. Sound. And I know the man feel tonight. I know man, I want day tonight. Want my feel alright. Yeah, come my people make we day tonight. Make we follow, make we all line. Want my feel alright. I know mine I will be tonight. No apologies tonight. On my own feeling right. All of my deeds tonight. Sometimes that's what it be sometimes.
Billy, push your wall one shola. I told me about ni mo she ni pola. Aye baguette pẹ̀lú VVS. Come ada fún peda select ni TBS. She tell me say she go live if the love no need to money. Relationship with money no day, it go later boring. It go later sour, it go later scatter. She go serve it brain fast on a bigger platter. I say that's why I pray every night and day that I get paid so I can slay. Life show me pepper, many things I can't say. Chance the Marie when they take advantage. Had no choice, so I pay the price. My gay bread, me I turn to slice. All the dirty for my life, me I sanitize. Money true get size, better realize.
And I know the man feel tonight. I know man, I want it tonight. Want my feel alright. Yeah, come my people make we day tonight. Make we follow, make we all line. Everybody falling, know you're just falling. Big bag every day calling. We don't take, now we don't talking. Stop feeling, yeah, my brother, trust me. We don't talk kings every day balling. I know they mind when they come stop me. Need you and like what she thought. I deal with my people, they ginger. And the sound they pass up the speaker.
Yeah, that's what this is like needs to like
remedies. Me and you, we got the chemistry. Early morning, now you the ginger me. No send anybody, cause hello me. When I'm with you, my body, they shake. Be like, say my phone vibrates. Tear my brain, can't concentrate. You don't use my heart to fry plantain. Baby, you see my love, is it your love? Count nothing can come up between us to make me stop loving you. And if you need more assurance, hold my hand for guidance. If you trust me, I'll lead you to paradise. So baby, dance, dance, oh dance, sweet love and romance. Dance, oh dance, don't worry about anything, just take my hand and we will dance, oh dance, my love. You're my destiny. Oh, mommy, you got the bad body. I'll be the bossy. I see the rock about me, so sexy. I'm a like the body. Baby, you see my love. Is it your love? Girl, nothing can come up between us to make me stop loving you. And if you need more assurance, hold my hand for guidance. If you trust me, I'll lead you to paradise. And we will dance, dance, oh dance, sweet love and romance. Dance, oh dance, don't worry about anything, just take my hand and we will dance, oh dance, my love.
Bondizi, trust me. See my love, it is speaking foreign languages. Angelingua na money, but I need a little packaging. You fine, I'm thinking, ja, you're mine. Show my bell, I'm your mine. She's got the perfect smile. Whoa, girl, you deadly. Just imagine, hot guy like me falling. Oh, my bestie, I'm ready. This your loving I'm getting, they give me energy. Oh, I'll give you the world, baby. You feed me a magic, touch. There's a reason for all of this. What is up? If my love they enough, my money plenty. I dey nuga, you driving me crazy like a Uber. Come and drop all my galuba, me I dey for you, my if I like make up by malawa, no go wine a nigga. Fire go burn if you touch my shima. Energy day me I go deliver. Already one of my competition, who be competition? Oh.
Say me I go fight the fight, cause me I get down for body. I get to live for you, my baby. Yeah. Cancel all the girls you date, cause when I enter you go see. Have you met a girl like me? Say you don't look my eye, only give you peace of mind. I'll give you peace of my mind. No they worry, boy, it's alright. I do wanna be on my lane. Nobody coming our way, my darling. You know I get you for my door.
I'll give you the world, baby. You feed me a magic, touch. There's a reason for all of these. What is up? If my love they know, my money plenty. I dey nuga, you driving me crazy like a Uber. Come and drop all my galuba, me I dey for you, my if I like make up by malawa, no go wine a nigga. Fire go burn if you touch my shima. Energy day me I go deliver. Already one of my competition, who be competition? Oh.
What would I do without you, my daddy? I don't wanna see you with anybody, no. What would I do without you, my daddy? Oh, I don't wanna see you with anybody. me go go. And I want you with you in a Milan. When I wake up, I say me go go. And I want you with you in a Milan. Give me your love. Give me your love. I want more of you. I want more. Give me your love. Give me your love. All I want is you. I'm out there. I feel like if you're the one on I feel like if you're the bazooka. I feel like if you're the dongo. I feel like if you're the colano, dongo. It's a bazooka, no. I got a lot of things on my mind that I don't know how to say it. Cause every time I try to, they want to, they tell you my liver, they fail me. Cause I don't want you to play me. Come baby, use it to my Jay-Z. You know I don't be chancy, and if you leave me, you go pay me. Because when I wake up, I say me go go. And I want you, with you in a Milan. When I wake up, I say me go go. And I want you, with you in a Milan. Give me your love. Give me your love. I want more of you. I want more. Give me your love. Give me your love. All I want is you. I'm out there. I feel like if you're the one on I feel like if you're the bazooka. I feel like if you're the dongo. I feel like if you're the colano, dongo.
Modernization, chicken for money pressure, street orientation. Modernization, for money pressure. Sharp proper. Cover face like Nagbaja. Get filler but we know they cup. Sit up boss them tap. Pastor do shit rababa. Omo ijo rababa. Feeling good banana. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Yeah. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me.
Hey yo, I'm not even gonna lie.
I used to call myself an ugly you, but I'm not even an ugly you. I'm a sexy you, you understand? Gal all over the globe wanna up me, you understand?
Girls in my crib, 0 Snapchat, 0 Instagram posting. Fuck up the vibe, my dick start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, baby, I need a free. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Chop my banana, one side I like, and no stopping up. Go shopping up, fuck that. Me on fire, Colorado. Breakfast bonfire. Me on Danny Muja, come on. I saw a champagne in my mood. I get a girl from the ghetto. Got girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, Dama. Oh yeah, Jello. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, Mama Sheba, come back on. Make me the start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know say my people they calagon. Ogulo Makbawa. As they hating on us, make we manyamo. You know I be my father's son. Cause you know say I come from Potako. That's why I'm a jago. Start to the dance, I'm like I do. I go show you say bounce and the lago. Cause I be city boy. And as a day for the street, they give me joy. Lamborghini boy. Put them on Jesus and I'm not religious. Oh, I know. Me on fire, Colorado. Breakfast bonfire. Me on Danny Muja, come on. I saw a champagne in my mood. I get a girl from the ghetto. Got girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, Dama. Oh yeah, Jello. Oh yeah, Joe. Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Hey yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I used to call myself an ugly you, but I'm not even an ugly you. I'm a sexy you, you understand? Gal all over the globe wanna up me, you understand?
Yeah. Try what I do if you're not the fair. My mind they tell me to disappear. Yeah. So come and help me, cause I don't pray. My man, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place. For God's sake, my day. Don't take my pain away from you. They are talking shit, what them no get enemy. See you for what's in I put up my eyes, 10 shots, I ride, touch good. I cry, offshore, got my dreadlock. Believe me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray. Come and beg, I can't stay for one place. For God's sake, my beg, come and teach me. Only you can feel my best. Give me vitamins, we're gonna take these pains away. So
This is my decision. This is my decision. I don't think you listen. You listen. I don't think you listen. For me to come out, it must mean I'm a teacher. It must mean I'm not the same. It must mean I'm on your case. For me to come out, it means that I'm not the teacher. I want to show you my world. Give me one break, I need faith. Faith to believe you, faith to receive you. Give me something I'm lacking. I don't need nothing. You are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only make me your matter. Make me your matter. Make me your matter. Show me substance. Make me a person. Make me a person. Give me one break, I need faith. Faith to believe you. Faith to receive you. Give me something I'm lacking. I don't need nothing. You are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and 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 you. Only me
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If
Mic
them they
check.
run them no fit catch up.
Mic check.
I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green.
Can you
like
turn this mic on?
broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap ain't no wrong. But it dey rush,
Mic check.
well, it be much. Now gonna
Mic
make
check.
my tap it dey rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush, well, it be much. No be hype, everybody dey crush. There's no darling with us. You fool me jackpata, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind money rush, when it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. There's no darling.
Et si je te dis que je t'aime, tu dois me répondre que tu m'aimes. C'est tellement simple, un peu comme un plus un fond de. Et si tu me dis que tu m'aimes, je te répondrai que je t'aime. Oh. Je prends ta main, je ferme les yeux et je me sens mieux. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Je vais casser toutes mes montres, peu importe ce que ça va me coûter. Oh. Quand j'aime, le temps doit pas s'écouler. Oh. Et depuis que toi c'est moi, j'ai tout oublié du passé. Oh ma chérie, dis-moi où tu t'étais caché. Oh, oh pourquoi j'ai mal, pourquoi je suis blessé. Oh. J'ai demandé à Dieu de nous séparer, mais il ne veut pas m'exaucer. Oh, oh c'est lui qui sait, et son plan est déjà calé. Oh. Donc si c'est pour toi, c'est avec la joie que je vais pleurer. Oh. Et si je te dis que je t'aime, tu dois me répondre que tu m'aimes. C'est tellement simple, un peu comme un puissant fondeur. Et si tu me dis que tu m'aimes, je te répondrai que je t'aime. Oh. Je prends ta main, je ferme les yeux et je me sens mieux. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Et si la faute frappe une seconde, l'amour lui ne peut pas finir. Laisse-moi guérir tous tes bobos, ma chérie. Je ne peux plus souffrir, souffrance même cherche à te fuir. Écoute ma poitrine, mon cœur a des choses à te dire. Allez, donne tes larmes, redonne tes cris. Tout ce qu'ils t'ont fait, on va oublier. Prends-moi cadeau, fais-moi oublier mon gourmand. Allez, prends-moi tout, garde-le pour toi. Et si le ciel me rappelle, c'est devant toi que je veux fermer les yeux. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love you beaucoup, mama. I love you, I love, I love, I love you. Baby, I love, I love, I love, I love.
Encore une fois, tout est écrit comme une boucle infinie. Tu reviens dans ma vie. Encore une fois, tout est écrit comme une boucle infinie. Donc tu reviens dans ma vie. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. Oh baby, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you. I love, I love, I love you.
no go place for Kodo. Kelly the bossy man pololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl, if you balance the echo, I give you paper. No go do me the echo, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back, keep it connected. And I can follow your Cresco, Cresco. Tonight, I'm the Cresco. Play for your waist, and I can play for your lace. Play for your waist. Tonight, I'm the Cresco. Play for your waist, I can play for your lace.
Look into the bedroom. Be there when I pull up, pull up, pull up. No, I'm mess up. Be there when I pull up. Leave it there. But she wanna leave it there. So let me lift it up. You know what happened when I gonna be low. So baby, what you still want a reason? I'm on the way, so I chill. We all know what you need, you. Tell me your love, don't waste my time. I want to get low, sweat, chill. I want to reach ecstasy. I want to have sex. I want to have sex. What's my stuff? I need you and nobody. Ask God if you got my help. If you can know, you can meet me out here. She wanna fall like yeah. I need you and nobody else. Ask God if you got my help. If you can know, you can meet me out here.
Girl, if you balance the echo, I give you paper. No go do me the echo, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back, keep it connected. I can follow your Cresco. Tell me where you there, say look, when a kilometer for your waist. Oh, gotta shika, the pretty get shika, say me and Zuko shika. What is the use of my money? I'm smoking, not I gonna need it. She want you for Mugaraya, you know me, I be with you. She say, baby, I got me, oh, your thing, they touching my belly, oh. Yeah, j'aime l'amour fast me, oh baby, come as I live for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah, as I see, I'm hallelujah. Girl, if you balance.
It don't cost, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Shayo. Shayo. Choco power for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl insult, oh. I'm a mind that's with the talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 Shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I did Pataco when then kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, want Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now some more to remake could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Venice. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Venice. for do anything you want me to do. Maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. Young cast, last. Now everybody go chop breakfast. Have to say bye bye yo, to the love of my life. My eye yo, don't cry yo. I need big boy and shadow. 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 I need big boy and shadow.
I guess that visually helps. I got this. Hello, everyone. How was the mixer? Did you guys mingle, make some new friends? Potential collaborators, maybe? Anything good? No? Yeah? Okay. All right. We'll love to hear that. That's what we're here for, right? KITFO Film Festival. Yep. Okay, so we're about to start with our first panel of the day. It's called Behind the Scenes. Promoting, Financing, and Marketing in the New Hollywood, so post-pandemic. So on our panel, we have Wendwesen Dikran, Sadi Gabiyu, Marawi Garima, Adele Noor, and Haweni Kaskasa. So this panel for me is particularly interesting because, you know, growing up, I know a lot of us, we talk about this, but we always felt like we were the only Habesha creator in the world. And, you know, we didn't know that was really an option for a lot of us. So it's really cool seeing like that there was a generation before us that has been doing this for quite some time and have been in the industry working behind the scenes and have been doing everything our parents said that we couldn't do. And so I love that, you know, we have our OGs here that we can look to and hear from and learn from. I'm not calling out old, like, sorry, it's not that.
I'm like, who is she pointing at?
These are folks who have been in the industry for quite some time, okay, so experienced, very experienced. But we'll be talking today as they share their experiences and insights on orchestrating the visual storytelling and logistical management to help bring a film to life, the art and science behind effective cinematography, and the strategic planning required by line producers, and how DPs capture that director's vision on screen. So we'll be talking about how to bring a film to life and just all the logistical stuff. So we'll get into it. So this question is open to any of you, well, all of you actually, let's all do this. So it's incredible to see Ethiopian and Eritrean producers gathered together on the stage. Can each of you share a bit about your background and the journey that led you to your current role in the industry? And can you explain what your position entails and what your typical day-to-day looks like? Maybe let's do this in order, since we're all answering it.
Okay, want me to start? All right. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? First and foremost, big shout out to KITFO TV for putting together an amazing event. I remember not even a year ago when DENKINESH was talking about this idea that was sort of germinating in our head, and look at it, it's a reality. This is literally, you know, an amazing feat, and congratulations to you and everybody who's involved and all the filmmakers that have participated in the program. So kudos.
Thank you.
My name is Wendwesen Dikran. I've been in this business for about 20 years now. I'm currently the Senior Vice President of Hallmark Studios. If you know Hallmark, we're mostly known within the zeitgeist of the culture as owning October to January as like the Christmas pipeline, so to speak. But I oversee a physical production and work very closely with the programming team and creating the next sort of iterations of what our content is going to look like for the next couple of years. Nice. Question, my background, I was born and raised in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Went to St. Joseph's, did my K-12 there, Wasn't really sure what I was going to do next, but found myself 2 years later in Southern California, joined Chapman University's screenwriting and producing program. It was, I think, a leap of faith, to say the least, because at that time, like DENKINESH mentioned, I did not know a whole lot of people who came from where I came from, who were about to embark on the same journey as well. LA provided a couple of really great mentors. Yamana Demise, who I believe teaches at NYU right now, was one. Lili Demos was currently based in Chicago, was another one. Folks that, you know, have come before me. Having said that, after I left film school, I literally just went through job to job, PA, production coordinator, production manager, and just kind of taught, you know, myself, and with the grace and also generosity of others who invested in me as well, you know, I've found myself being on the creative side and also on the production side as well. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
Right. First and foremost, thank you everyone for choosing to spend your Sunday afternoon with us. Thank you, DENKINESH and the KITFO TV team. I'm incredibly honored and grateful to be up here amongst this incredible talented group of folks you have up here. My name is Zarega Bayo again. I was born in Ethiopia. I migrated to the States as a teenager. I went to Howard University, studied film, and also minored in MIS, of course, because I have Ethiopian parents, and I can't just say, like, I'm studying making films, right? So I needed to have a plan B. And also, being at Howard early on, I realized that securing a career in Hollywood and entertainment is going to be difficult and not easily attainable. So, I know that I needed to create my own path in a way. So after graduating from Howard University, I went on to work in investment banking. I bought my first editing equipment, and then I quit my job. So, and picture the conversation with my parents where I say, hey, I've decided to quit my job where I'm excelling and doing well to pursue my dream of filmmaking, and by the way, I'm gonna start waiting table, how do you take that? So, it's very interesting. So quickly I learned that the industry has shifted, and at Howard University we used Bolex cameras and we were cutting film and all of that, and by 2004 when I was quitting my job, okay, digital film photography is happening. I'm like, wait, I don't know how to do that. So I went on to Digital Film Academy where I studied a little bit of digital photography and also some editing as well. And I started freelancing and doing free gigs and PAing, and I accepted an opportunity, a one-week gig actually, doing something that I've never done in my life before, which was production accounting, wrapping a movie in Atlanta, Georgia. And accepting that one-week opportunity led me to a working relationship with Tyler Perry Studios, basically that spanned over several years, right? So I spent my early careers there working in various capacities, and I realized working at Tyler Perry Studios was very niche, and what we did was very unique to that studio, and I felt the need to go out and gain additional experience. Like, I wanted to see how the rest of the world was producing films, right? Because what we were doing was very different. It works for what we were producing, but I didn't know. I wasn't quite sure if it works elsewhere. Plus, now that I have attained, sorry, it's so long, right?
Oh, you're good. We're in it. We're invested. Please share.
No, so now that I have gained a little bit of experience in the production side of things, I realized that I like the number side. Like, I wanted to know. Sorry. Oh, no, wait.
You can hold it too, if you prefer.
Sure. So I realized that I needed to understand how it was financed and how the money was spent, right? So I left Tyler Perry Studios and explored other experiences and got into production accounting. Again, started from the bottom of the barrel and climbed my way up to line producing. And fast forward, I made my way back to Tyler Perry Studios, and there I was serving as a senior director of physical production, where I was overseeing over 18 shows, line produced over 300 hours of content. We, delivered ahead of our schedule. We produced during COVID. And through all of this, when everyone was kind of like dealing with COVID and at home, we were working, we built a camp, and then I had to stop and have a conversation with God, like, wait, how did I get here? Like, how did I get started, right? I wanted to be a producer, I wanted to direct, I wanted to do this, I wanted to start my own bottom of the barrel. Here I am building and working, and don't mistake that I'm not taking it for granted. I'm very grateful for the experience that I had at Tyler Perry Studios. I've learned a tremendous amount, right? But I realized that I was, putting all that effort in creating content that is not mine, right? That I don't necessarily care about fully, to be honest, right? So I had to step back and take a moment and figure out how to get back on the train, right? The train back on the track, rather. I was on the train the whole time. It was not off track. Anyway, so yeah, fast forward. I joined Michelle Sneed at A Few Good Women Productions. We are a full-service independent studio. On a day-to-day, I manage the operation, development, production of premium TV content, television, film, and digital media content. And yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Sorry. That was so long. That's great.
That's amazing. Yeah, and yeah, I feel really, it's really amazing to be sitting here with y'all. I mean, I know we're not even done yet, so I'll just make mine quick. Basically, I came up in a filmmaking household. My parents were filmmakers, and at a certain point, I was very rebellious and wanted to not do anything that had, anything to do with film. And so, yeah, like in undergrad, I was just kind of a meandering artist, you know what I mean? I tried so many different, things. I changed my major like 4 or 5 times trying to figure out, what I was into, and really like jazz studies, I graduated with graphic design. I did like 3D animation, and at a certain point, I was even trying pre-med because I had an uncle who was just like, you can make a lot of money as a doctor. And I was like, that's real, and I'll try that out. And I lasted like maybe a semester, you know what I'm saying? Maybe half a semester before I changed back out to jazz. And then, anyway, I graduated with graphic design, and, it was clear to me even at that point that that's not where, what I wanted to do. Career-wise, and then I was like, well, shit, like, that's kind of everything, what else, I was like, well, I might as well give film a chance, you know what I'm saying, try it out, and so there was some friends of mine who were applying to film schools, and you had to make like a 5-minute short film for a lot of these applications, and so I applied and made a short film, and I think that was the first time where I really felt like, I was using like all the different kind of faculties that I felt I had at my disposal. I felt like, finally in the space that, having, come into contact with a medium that I could potentially start to say all the things that I felt I wanted to say with. And so, yeah, I took a couple years off. I actually didn't go to film school at that time. I worked in a hospital, really randomly doing like network engineering at a hospital, because in DC, you may know, like tech is definitely like it's the scam, you know what I'm saying? Because like you can get a great paying job, you just study, like some aspect of IT for a little bit, and then you're good. So I was doing that because a lot of my friends were doing it. But at a certain point, I was like, let me try film school again, and I went. I got into a school in LA. I try not to say like the name because I don't really fuck with them like that. I don't really mess with them like that. I apologize. So I ended up going, and I spent 3 years in film school, and I think I learned a lot, but it's also incredibly expensive. Sometimes, you know, I mean, most times it's prohibitively expensive, you know, and I kind of learned that the hard way. But, you know, I still, you know, at the end of the day, I wanted to make a feature film separate from the institution. Part of it was like this legend of like Haile, you know, my dad, who's this filmmaker, he went to UCLA and then he graduated. You know, he had 2 feature films in his pocket. He had his thesis film, it was Bush Mama, and then he secretly shot Harvest 3000 with the equipment. You know, he went to Ethiopia over the summer, shot Harvest over a couple of weeks and like flew out like, you know, as I think the government was like collapsing at that point. And then he edited his thesis by day and then this film by night. And so when he graduated, his thesis was screening on campus and Harvest 3000 was like screening in like Cannes and shit, which is like wild. You know, it's dope, but it's also kind of like a wild footprint to grow up in, you know what I'm saying? If you can imagine, it's just like, shit, how do you top that, you know what I'm saying? So I ended up writing my film Residue in my second year of school, and the third year we went back home to DC, shot that film, and then the year after I graduated, you know, finished shooting, and then it came out in 2020, and that was Residue. It did well in festivals, well enough to be picked up by Array Distribution Company, which is Ava DuVernay's distribution company. And then that was good, but it also happened in 2020, you know, as like the world was coming to a halt. So it was an interesting kind of thing where it was lucky that it was on an online platform so that people could still view it. It wasn't totally reliant on, you know, in-person theatrical, you know, kind of distribution. But also, you know, it was COVID, so a lot of the festivals flatlined. Essentially, right after we had our premiere at Slam Dance, the next festival, the next big one was South by, and they were the first one to cancel because of COVID, and then everybody canceled right after that. Anyway, we were lucky enough to get into Venice Days at Venice, you know, International Film Festival in September, and then after that, it came out on Netflix. And so that kind of led to opportunities in, you know, television and, you know, things like that. So we spent the next year or so, 2021, 2022, you know, continuing to push the film and, you know, kind of checking out these TV opportunities, which was something I never thought I would get into. I was very much like, you know, artiste, you know what I'm saying, type of dude. But television's dope, you know what I'm saying? And I was grateful for the opportunity because it was like a way to treat it like a 9-to-5 while I write my own stuff on the side, you know, which is still my approach to this day. I'm always looking for ways to, you know, to not mix the two, you know what I'm saying, to create a space where I can, you know, pour in my full creative energies into projects that I own, you know what I'm saying, where I maintain my independence by doing things for, you know, doing like a regular film, 9-to-5 or whatever, you know, you may call it, so that I don't feel the need to do my, you know, my own thing on this project at their expense and be sitting up, you know, at Disney mad as hell that they won't let me turn it into some revolutionary shit, you know, situation, you know, Aladdin, you know, whatever, and So that's kind of where I'm at now. You know, I'm in a space where I'm writing another project, another long-form project, and just kind of focusing on short-form, you know, music videos and commercials and stuff while I do that. So yeah, I'm a director, a writer and a director, and also I focus heavily on editing. That's a big part of kind of our practice, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Hi, I'm Haweni Kaskasa. I'm Vice President of Production for Capital Arts Entertainment, which is an LA-based company. But luckily, I think 99% of their productions happen in Atlanta. So it gives me an opportunity to stay home and you know, work from the state of Georgia. But I've been in production for 17 years. My trajectory into this industry was a bit unique, but probably similar for some folks. Sade is actually, I need to credit her for getting me into this industry, because I moved to Atlanta in 2008. I was a high school teacher, but I was a 21-year-old teaching 17-year-olds. So as you can imagine, there were a lot of challenges in that, an immigrant teaching English and language arts. So when I moved to Atlanta, I had a hard time finding a teaching job. And I ended up working as an extra on a Tyler Perry movie because I was an aspiring actress as well. But I met Sade on set of Medea Goes to Jail. And so I'm actually like in the opening scene. But that was also a defining moment, because in that moment, seeing Tyler like in full Medea gear and seeing him in character made me realize, amongst like 40 people on set, and him being in character in that moment helped me realize, I don't think I can be an actress. And play all these amazing characters when there's so many eyes on you. So. Needless to say, I met Sade, and it was an instant connection. And I walked up to her, and I was like, "Oh, are you Abisha?" And she's like, "Yeah, I am." And we exchanged information. And when he had the grand opening, she brought me on her team to work on the red carpet committee. And being Abisha helped me to make that connection with her. And I think this is what DENKINESH and KITFO TV and the festival is trying to do as well, help us creatives to connect with one another, Eritreans and Ethiopians, to be able to forge a partnership that will allow us to help each other as we continue in this industry. But I started in accounting at Tyler Perry Studios, and I eventually transitioned into line producing. And although I work for predominantly capital arts projects, I have the luxury of working on independent films as well as studio productions. I recently finished an independent project by RZA, written and directed by RZA from Wu-Tang Clan, called One Spoon of Chocolate, and that's in post-production now. And prior to that, I did a Netflix Christmas movie that'll be coming out in November. So another Christmas movie with Lindsay Lohan, because we need another one. Yeah. But in the next chapter of my career, I'm looking forward to creating my own content. I have a vegan cooking show with an Ethiopian-Italian vegan chef named Galila. So hopefully, I'll be able to develop some more Ethiopian content as well in the coming months, and hopefully next year, I'll be premiering one of my shorts or one of my projects at the festival. So thank you, DENKINESH, for having me here today.
How are you guys doing? All right. So my name is Adel Noor. My journey is on the other side of a lot of the folks out here, not necessarily creative, but I came off from the representation side. So I actually majored in architecture, got my degree at University of Maryland, and then worked in DC for a while and realized that my entire family had moved out here to California, and I was like, I'm tired of the snow. I'm tired of having to go through 270, getting stuck for 8 hours on the highway. It was not for me anymore. So I moved out here in '96. And the first job I got from this temp agency that I joined was a talent agency named Paradigm. So I worked my way up, was there for 10 years, started off in the mailroom, became an assistant, became an agent, and I was fortunate enough to have really, really good clients that taught me a lot about the business, taught me a lot about understanding the creative process, understanding the collaborative element of what we do here as a business. No man is an island. This is a shared opportunity. And from there, I realized, as time went on, that, agenting was not necessarily for what I wanted to do. I wanted to be more hands-on. So I decided to venture off and start my own management production company. And I was fortunate enough to befriend a former NBA player, We opened up a company together. We produced the Fab Five documentary for ESPN, which put us on the map and it did really well for us. And then I realized, his stock and his value at ESPN was growing. I decided to venture out and actually experience doing more of what I wanted to do. A lot of times when you're a person of color in this business, they tend to pigeonhole you in one category. They have one category and it's called black. That's it, right? Not that you're Ethiopian American or Haitian American or whatever it is, all the other / American. And I didn't appreciate that. I had more to give. I think we all have more to share. We all have diverse backgrounds and stories to tell. So I decided to really pursue that idea of how do I make myself of service? How do I make sure that I'm a facilitator for these stories? But you're always going to start with stories that are important to you, important to the audience, and realize a way to get that out. I've produced 4 films now. I'm in post with 1. I have 2 series. One is set in Sierra Leone. One is set in South Africa. I just got the book rights to Fela Kuti. So that's a series that I'm going to be putting on in the next couple of years. So, one thing that I like about this panel, and I use this quote, and I mostly use it right after COVID, but we are casualties of our circumstances, right? And I think as immigrants and as first generation, we understand them better than anybody, that we may have a skill set in one area, but we have to adapt and change to fit another space. The last thing you'll ever hear any Ethiopian or Eritrean do is complain. We just do, right? We shift, we pivot, and we find other ways to get our things done. So, this panel that you've assembled, this, KITFO TV is absolutely fantastic. For us old people, right?
I didn't call you old. It's not what I meant.
But no, I really, truly appreciate it because for a very long time, we're talking in the back, a lot of us felt alone. A lot of us felt like, we didn't have our counterparts. We didn't have anybody else to relate with. We didn't have somebody else to share our stories with, And I think that's important, for, sharing our culture, our rich culture, being able to really show the rest of the world the kind of stories that we have that resonate with others as well. I think that's very important. And I see this in this audience. I see this young generation really taking that to the next level, and it's absolutely fantastic. So I say this to you guys out there, a lot of us here, have our own things going on, but we are here of service. So reach out if there's something that we can do to elevate, to open doors, to give you an opportunity to see things in other ways, please reach out because at the end of the day, that's what we have to do for each other.
Thank you for that. Yes, please reach out. Please tap in. We're not here just to talk. Also, I'm not trying to throw y'all out here. If you want to. But please do reach out and engage and, learn from these folks and hopefully something can come from it. Okay, so now that we all know everybody, now we'll go into more specific questions. Y'all want to go in order or should we switch it up?
Let's switch it up.
Let's switch it up? Okay, I'm just asking random questions. Okay, so for Eddie, starting out as a line producer, you went on to become president of the production company A Few Good Women with Michelle Sneed, who is the founder. Can you walk us through how that company was built, your involvement in that, and additionally, how do you balance your creative ambitions with the practical aspects of production in this constantly evolving industry?
Okay, so 2 questions. As I mentioned earlier, after stepping back from Tyler Perry Studios and realizing that I wanted the ability to be able to tell my stories and also be able to make the decisions that involve in making my stories and how I tell them, right? So I found in A Few Good Women an opportunity for me to be able to do that, right? And in addition, the company is founded by women, right? And all of our leadership roles are held by women. As many of you know, majority of Hollywood management roles are held by men, right? And I want to say maybe 93%. I would dare to say that, right? And out of that, maybe 83% of that is Caucasian men, right? So it's not very often that it's very often actually that we are in the room and we are the only women or the only person of color, right? So it just didn't make sense that, you know, if we're not in the room and if we're not able to make the decisions, right, that matter, we're not going to be able to see the content that we want to see, right? So, and in order to do that, we knew that we had to be in charge of the content, right? We understood by working at, you know, Tyler Perry Studios, you know what it means to own your content. You know what it means, you know what IFE means, right? You know what the power of being able to have the financing to produce the type of content that you want to produce, right? So we just wanted to make sure that we have the ability to level the playing field, right? And have access to some premium dollars so that we can create premium content and tell stories, diverse stories told by diverse creatives that in order to reach like a global audience, right? So I think oftentimes I feel that when it comes to Black and brown content, the amount of money that's provided to us is very limited, right? So it's like either we're given a whole bunch of money and not given the marketing dollars that are needed to move the projects along, right? So then you're like, oh, you're investing on these projects, Black and brown projects, and they're not successful, right? Or you're given very small amount of money and then the creative suffers as a result of that, right? So as long as you're going to be working for someone else and building, you know, other people's business and companies, you know, it's one thing to be the person who keeps the sail up, right? Because you need that person to keep the boat going, right? But you need to be the captain at some point, right? So I think that it offered an opportunity for us to be selective about the type of content that we make, right? And make sure that the work is entertaining, but at the same time can move society and all of us in the right direction, right? And provide opportunities for creatives and making sure that everyone involved is getting a meaningful participation in the making and the profit and the outcome of all the work that we do. And as far as the second question about balancing creative, and I think, you know, it's important to make sure that you're spending the resources in the right places. Oftentimes that I find that the success of a project is heavily determined by the amount of money you spend in development, right? The time you spend in development. So, you know, making sure that the creative is supported and providing the resources for the creative, but at the same time, your team makes the world of a difference. The reason why we were able to shoot 100 pages a day at Tyler Perry Studios and touch 10 episodes a day is because we had a team that was able to work fast and execute, right? So you have to figure out a way to staff your projects and acquire a team that is skilled and that can deliver the best best product possible within the limitations that you have, right? And at the same time, make sure that you support them and you reward them and acknowledge their contribution. What? Sorry?
That's a great answer, yeah. So for Adele, as a manager and a producer, you frequently navigate the crossroads of business and creativity. So how do you balance addressing your clients' needs while promoting their artistic vision, while also considering the demands of the film or series itself?
Oh, great question. So when I started in this business, you know, I was a talent agent, and I had, on average, anywhere between 100 to 120 clients, which, when you think about it, is unmanageable whatsoever. I don't care if you're the best agent on the planet, it just is not productive at all. So one of the reasons why I switched into management was to be able to really create an opportunity for each client not only to have a voice, but also to have a plan for the projects that they wanted to put together. I always emphasize with my clients that, you know, one of the things that I looked for in clients is their ability to be hyphenated. So having a writer that can direct was fantastic. Having a director that was also a writer or an actor was important, because when you have the skill set of the other components of the business, the better the project comes out. So where I balance the relationship between my clients and the final product really started off with making sure that if it was a script, it was look, a lot of people say you have to have the best project out there. That's total BS. You have to have a good project. You got to hit the mark right here. You know, that's your entry level. Anything above that is fantastic. Anything below that, it needs work. But if you give me a good project, that's something that we can work with, right? So I always strive for that with the clients, and I make sure that there is a good script, a good story, but there's also a relationship with an audience, right? If you are writing a story and it's absolutely fantastic, but there's zero audience, it's really impossible to get that material out there, you know? The second part of that is having realistic expectations, right? So if you want total control of your project and the script is, you know, set in the near future in this, you know, sci-fi world, you know, that involves certain levels of CGI and all that stuff, it costs money. Likely chance that you will have total control of your project if it's your first or second is very small. So you have to be realistic that if you create a product that you want to manage, you also have to understand the budget of that film, right? So if you are, you know, a writer and you create a story that has elements that you can control, it's a great small coming-of-age story, or it's something that is personal to you, then great, then we can manage that budget, and we can manage that with the financiers and investors, you know. At the same time, as a producer, where I have to balance things out is the relationship you have with the financier. You know, at the end of the day, my responsibility to financiers is a return of their investment. So the project has to make sense for that investor. The project has to make sense for that audience. You know, and I think, you know, we talked about this earlier and perhaps in the back. There has to be distribution. Somebody's got to see this. You know, so there is a keen understanding of what is important to be in that creative space. But the reality is you have to also treat it as a business. You know, the more time you spend strategizing and figuring out all the other external components that are post-film, then I think the more successful that project would become. So if you have an idea of, hey, I'm going to make this movie for $1 million and I want to go to festivals, great. Now you have a goal, you have a plan, and you have a way to execute. Oh, I want to make this movie for $4 or $7 million. I want to bring in these partners. I'm going to pre-sell here, or I'm going to do this tax. Again, you're pre-planning all this stuff. A lot of times with the creatives, you have to teach them that side of the business because they're only concerned about the creation aspect of it. And that's a small part of the business. You know, you can create the best thing in the world, but if it sits somewhere that nobody sees, then it makes it even tougher for you to make the second one and so on and so forth, you know? So you have to have that strong relationship with your audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great response. Thank you. All right, who's next? Like in class, popcorn. Okay. Let's do Haweni. Okay, so based on your experience, what are the most frequent financial mistakes or oversights on film sets, and how can producers and filmmakers prevent them? What are some of the major financial risks in film production, and how do you manage them to keep them on track?
That's a good question. You know, in our industry, there's a saying, film is 90% of a film or TV show is made in prep. So preparing for your project is one of the most essential things that you can do. And therefore, you know, you avoid some of the unforeseen mistakes. And when working on a production, it's so essential to first create a team or put together a team of people, of individuals who are professionals, who are top tier in their respective talents, to ensure that you can collaborate and prepare well enough that when you commence on day one, that things eventually, you know, fall into place. And, you know, errors are inevitable and unforeseen challenges are inevitable, but preparing in advance and approaching each challenge that comes up day to day is, preparing for that is the key. Can you read the second part of the question again?
Yeah, so what are some of the major financial risks in film production? How do you manage to keep them on track? And then the most frequent financial mistakes or oversights on film sets, and how can that be prevented?
I mean, I think production in general is a risk, because you're making a movie or a TV show that you're hoping that your audience will receive, and sometimes, you never know how it's gonna pan out. So being creative in itself is a risky thing, but the beauty of it is you're creating something that is needed and necessary in the world, and you're creating even during COVID, it was one thing that I think helped everyone make it through that trying time was having Netflix or any of the streaming platforms or any of the TikTok and any of these opportunities to watch and to take their mind away from what's going on. So in order to avoid, some of the risks that come with creating these things is to ensure that you create a project that is, sorry,
No, you're good.
at a loss. Creating something that you believe in, bringing together a group of people that can bring it to fruition, and those are the two key elements to ensuring that you create something good.
No, absolutely. That's
Can
definitely
I jump
important.
in real quick as well?
Please.
Just to add to that, so as a producer, you go through hell every single time, right? I had to shoot a film in Latvia at the beginning of COVID, and on a Saturday, I get a call saying that they were about to close the borders, that we have to fly this actor out by Sunday. And if you guys have ever dealt with actors that you pay a little way too much for, you're dealing with the ego and then the actor, right? So just, and to your point, pre-planning is so important, but it's also important to set the tone, right? If you're going into it saying, hey, we are gonna have problems, but we're gonna have solutions for everything, right? So it was very important for us to set the tone right in advance, saying, hey, we're entering in an unknown zone, so let's be flexible, let's make sure that things work out. And eventually it did work out. My job was to get that actor into that country before they shut the borders, And yeah, I had to pay extra premium, to get him out there and all that stuff, but we had the idea that we were already gonna be challenged by problems, so we already had that buffer set in place. So setting the tone, being ready for anything to happen is very, very important. We ended up shooting as much as we could, and then we had to stop for 4 months and then come back again and reshoot. But again, if you pre-plan this stuff, you're in a much better position. There are other times I shot a film I started shooting a film in Bali, and then we hit the rainy season that lasted 4.5 months. So I had an actor in a villa for 4.5 months just chilling. So things do happen, but you have to be able to adapt, and you have to be able to make sure that at the end of the day, if you have certain investors who are, key on their ROI, that you're planning for this stuff. You can't say to them, well, it rained, That's not an excuse. You're in the business of making films. You want to make sure that you have the right answers, the right attitude to your teammates, your collaborators, but at the end of the day, you got to put a product out there, So it's important to have that pre-work, like you said.
I actually have one more thing to add. Thank you for that. I've had the privilege of working on budgets as low as $500,000 to upwards of $80 million. And that has given me the opportunity to see what you need and what you don't need. And oftentimes directors and producers, or directors mainly, come into a production thinking, they need the world, and the benefit of being able to, or having the experience working with various budgets is knowing that you don't need everything. The key thing is to make it through your day. Whatever day you've scheduled is to make it through that day, and approaching challenges with that in mind. And on my set, one of the things that I make sure to have is that everybody eats well. Especially when you're working on a lower budget show, and maybe that's the Abasha in me. We always want to feed everybody. But, making sure your team is nourished and well-treated and respected. Respect is a huge thing to ensure that the team works for the same effort. And communication above all else. And creating that relationship with your department heads ahead of time. So when you approach these challenges, you're able to collaborate and you're able to communicate, or sometimes they foresee things coming that you are not anticipating or you haven't seen yet. And having that open line of communication with your department heads and with your team ensures that you're able to get ahead of some of these problems in advance, so that you're not breaking the budget and you're not taking you're not approaching those risks that come with filmmaking.
Thank you. Great responses, both of you. That kind of tied in with each other. Okay, so we're running short on time, so we're gonna have to answer these a little quicker. I just wanna make sure everyone gets to speak a bit, and then one closeout question for everyone. So let's see. Wandwasan, how do you work with DPs, so directors of photography, and line producers to balance creative goals with the practicalities of production, particularly for complex scenes? In your role handling both production logistics and financial management, how do you ensure alignment between the creative teams, the directors and DPs, and the project's priorities and resources? Actually, high key, can we switch the question? Because I feel like it's very similar to what we've been.
I think that's been explored.
Yeah, I think so. I was like reading that, I was like, okay. So this question's for someone else, but I think you can answer to this and might be interesting. So securing financing for films can be one of the most challenging aspects of the industry. What new and emerging financing models are gaining traction for indie and diaspora filmmakers? And additionally, what financing approaches have you found effective for your own projects?
Okay, not necessarily my lane, but I will try to give you what I've learned as much as possible in the last decade or so. Actually, for the last 5 years before I joined Hallmark, I was at a small boutique shop that specialized in sports documentaries. By accident, I love sports. I love my soccer, go Arsenal. But the point is, I stumbled into that world not knowing exactly how 30 for 30s are made. I just didn't know. But what I did know was that is there a great story to be told? And what the caliber of talent that is stepping in is either, part of whoever the central focus of the story is or whoever is directing it, what are the attachments? So I saw projects getting packaged in a very interesting way that I've never seen before. I think this was during the pandemic, right at the beginning of it, and The Last Dance had just come out, the 9-part Michael Jordan documentary that was on Netflix and ESPN. And all of a sudden that opened up the floodgates for like all of these athletes that were in town or somewhere else like to pop up their own production companies, and now they wanted their own stories to be told and they wanted to tell other people's stories as well. So financing all of a sudden got unlocked because the appetite for consuming that type of content was just insatiable. Like people were just like eating it up. Like, after 30 for 30, I think the iterations of, what's the other one? Untold on Netflix came out and everybody had a documentary. I don't know how many, like I think we've seen so many in the last 5-6 years, but the opportunity it gave now was like, okay, well, unscripted was not a focus for us. If it was a studio or a production company or a financier, all of a sudden the opportunity was there. And once it was packaged in the way, that made it like make sense financially, then the triggers are pulled. I think streamers also becoming a major part of, the distribution sort of pipeline also just opened up the floodgates. All of a sudden you had Netflix competing with Amazon, Amazon competing with Apple, even though Apple really doesn't buy that much, but you get my point. Tubi now is a big player in the content space. First it was just licensing, now they're doing their own productions as well. So I think it's really understanding where the next opportunities are and just kind of being one step ahead and just listening to like what the culture is sort of celebrating at this moment, what's in the cultural zeitgeist. As far as overseas opportunities is concerned, I think in my role at Hallmark, one thing I found out is that we make over like 100 films a year, which is insane for any studio to handle that kind of volume. But I would say 80% of those are made outside of the United States, and that's because the tax rebates and incentives are very attractive. So your dollar or whatever, the local currency is can go a long way. So, now you have Canadian, production companies servicing your content, but then you also can do co-pros, with other nations as well. So I think, there are a lot of folks that are in the financial sector of the business, and it could be, banking or whatever, but that are understanding like, okay, we need to make investments in these areas. And I think really understanding that content is actually a commodity that can just really be, financially meaningful and profitable and should be encouraged. I was having a conversation earlier with a couple of my peers here that California, I think, has seen its production pipeline sort of disappear for the last 20 years because nobody has really figured out how to incentivize the creative community and making it affordable actually for us to make our content here. So Georgia, I think, reaped the biggest benefit of that when you saw all the production that went to Atlanta and all the investments that were made in studios and moving the production companies elsewhere. You're seeing now Netflix building their studios in New Mexico. You're seeing Warner Brothers building their studios in Nevada. So it's really about opportunity. When the right idea meets the right opportunity, magic can happen. And I think the one thing I want to encourage all of you creatives is just be very vigilant about, you can't really predict where the trends are going. I don't even know, to be honest with you, but I think just doing as much research as possible and finding where the opportunities could be, whether it's stateside or overseas as well. I think that probably will get you quicker to where you need to go.
Mm-hmm. That was a great answer, yeah.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm always finding something to add. So, first of all, these are fantastic questions. You actually hadn't had to think about these things, But as it relates to funding sources, being an independent producer, you have to look at, low-hanging fruit, which is friends and family first, and then from there, look at the type of projects that you're putting together and see what the best viable solution is out there. So I've done, crowdfunding. I got a project right now that we're tokenizing, with blockchain. Wealthy investors, brands, grants, if it's nonprofit or government, there are plenty of sources out there. You just have to find the right one that fits your project, right? So sometimes you look at, for example, projects that are made in Europe, there are like 15 producers on top of it, produce with this and this tax credit and this and that, because unfortunately you have to piecemeal it and put it together. So there are plenty of places that you can look at and you can be creative. I mean, within our own community, we have Ukub, right? How many of you guys have used Ukub? How many of you guys know Ukub? All right, right? But that's fantastic that we have this built-in system within our own culture that allows us this opportunity to, fund certain endeavors, if it's, for business. But that same principle can be used for entertainment, You just have to present it in a way that, the group that you're with can understand, oh, okay, you're spending this and we're going to get this out of it and we're owners of this product. There are ways to do that, but you have to be creative. Brands more and more now are getting into the entertainment space because it's a spend. They have to spend this marketing money. So before they were looking at a commercial as a one-off, right? They have a product and it's done. But now they can own that product. They can showcase the product a million different ways. They can monetize that product, so they're getting right into it. If it's Nike, if it's Puma, if it's, Procter & Gamble, they're all getting into the entertainment space. And if you have a story to tell that fits within their own parameters, there's a way for you to get your project funded.
Sure. Yeah, sorry. So if I may add, I agree with Wendis and both of you guys, but what I wanted to just say is, to just reiterate what they're saying, there's more increased co-productions that are going on internationally, right? More and more independent producers are partnering up with production companies in other countries, and that, in return is allowing them to access to international funds, right? And also tap into an audience that is diverse, that is outside, and then in return also gaining a wider audience because now you have forged this international relationship, right? And then we can't, I can't stress enough, how important the streaming platform is. If you look at the recent numbers with, global subscription rates at about 1.8 billion, I think, that is continuing to grow. I think it's and the ability to make films, and leveling the playing fields of being able to do it, with digital, with camera, with phones. I think it's providing an opportunity for the creators to be able to create content and then form partnerships with streamers such as KITFO TV, right? And form some sort of profit share structure that allows them to make content and also make money directly from their work, right? So.
I mean, just look at what YouTube has done, right? I mean, how many people have legitimately started like networks on YouTube? So, I mean, brand partnerships, I think, is also something maybe that was mentioned, but I just want to emphasize, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I read that Chick-fil-A was launching their own streaming platform. Really? And I think I read also
they got serious
Starbucks is launching their own streaming platform. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be so many places to put content in. I don't know how, but it seems like every single day there's like a new streaming platform that's launching, and somebody's putting real money behind that. It's not just out of accident. This is a trend that's growing, and I think more and more finding those opportunities. I think not only just domestic, but internationally. I'm excited to see what our continent, like Africa, is going to be doing for the next 5-10 years, because I think, just watching some of the stuff that's coming out from East Africa has been incredible. I know Dr. Mehret Mandefro is here. She probably talked about it earlier on her keynote. There you go.
No, we haven't heard it yet. We're going to hear it soon.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, there you go. So you'll hear more about that, but just do the homework and the research. That's all the information is out there.
Oh, it's very promising. So all you directors, filmmakers, I hope you're taking notes and take advantage of those opportunities. Did Chick-fil-A say what they're going to be streaming though?
Apparently, I don't know. Yeah, well, you know what? They've invested a lot of money in that. It's not necessarily anything to do with their brand.
Okay.
It's literally to bring in audiences into a platform. The understanding behind that is really not clear to me, but somebody's putting a lot of money into that. It's very interesting.
I will look into that. That's intriguing.
Yep.
Okay, we're really short on time. Okay, so sorry. Marawi.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to the conversation. Well, if you wanted to ask the question,
go ahead.
maybe that's better.
Answer it, and then we'll go into your question.
Yeah, I think there's also this other thing, just in terms of, this is not a direct response, but I think the thrust of the conversation is around, like, what's on the horizon, you know what I'm saying, and what's coming down the pipe. And I think it's also important to just kind of, like, shout out the fact, or just point to the fact that we're also in a weird moment in the industry, you know what I'm saying, where a lot of work is drying up or has dried up over the course of this year, and a lot of folks are really, banking on next year, being better, you know what I'm saying, survive until 25. I'm sure most of y'all have heard that if you work in the industry. And a lot of it having to do with Wall Street pulling out a lot of that money that they were throwing at, at Hollywood, at these streamers. And a lot of, like, their models weren't delivering, you know what I'm saying, in the way that they wanted them to. And so I think that one that's kicking off a lot of these new innovations that we're discussing, which I think is important and would only be fruitful to, kind of be, really aggressively kind of like, experimenting with and trying to be on the leading edge of those things. And I think it's also, I can't look at this without thinking of also these massive, kind of turns that are happening just economically in the world and certainly in the United States, these kind of political economic things, including, these massive strikes that we all experience here in Hollywood, with the Writers Guild and the Actors Guild. And then there's a potential one with IATSE coming up. And these things are all connected to everything that we're talking about at the end of the day. These are the people who are, that we are, also a part of, in the process of film, of this film industry that we're in. And I think that what I would like to also just add to the conversation is that, like, a lot of times, a lot of this is built on the studios not paying what they owe, to the people who make these things, to the folks who put in this work of production, distribution, and everything in between, marketing, et cetera. And I think that what we've seen is that the best way for us to make sure that we are getting our just dues, the best way to make sure that we're able to, participate in all in these innovations and participate in these, in the fruits of everything that we're putting our life, our souls into, is also this collective action. I think that these unions, I think, outside of what you may feel, I think at the very least they've shown that, you can't put up a struggle against these studios on your own and expect to get anything out of it. It's this collective action that they've taken, for better, with all its imperfections, that I think has resulted in the few things that, writers, have been able to hold on to in terms of, all the things that they're fighting for, from these, situations in the writer's room, their own, kind of wages, all these kind of things. And I think that IATSE will go in, all these, it's the most unionized industry, in the country, and it's also the most, exploited, 12-hour days are a regular thing, in this industry. And 8-hour days is not even a conversation, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think that that's a ongoing struggle that we will see the results of, that we have to wait and see how it turns. And also we have to not be afraid to participate also ourselves. I think it's a fight that benefits everybody. Yes, these unions have race problems, there's not enough black participation in these unions. And at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that those are places where, black workers, in all these different industries also benefit, by taking up that struggle, along with everybody else. So I just wanted to add that, is that these things, I can't divorce them from this broader conversation, around what do we do as filmmakers? How do we, expand, protect, and broaden our own opportunities? It also has to do with, our seeing ourselves as part of this collective, of, workers who make up this industry. That's what I wanted to add.
Yeah. Thank you for adding that. That's definitely an important aspect. Okay, we're gonna close out on this question, Marawi. So, I understand you shot Residue in your own community, that's DC, and edited the entire film yourself. How did being so deeply involved in both production and post-production processes influence the way you worked with non-actors and shape the overall vision of the film?
Well, that was the only way we could get it done, was really just kind of capitalizing really on, like, the things that we had within our own, within our immediate arms span, So that was, if you've seen the film, it's damn near everybody who acts in it is, family, friends, people from my neighborhood. There's kids who play, in the flashbacks, they play like my generation, as kids, But like the kids are like the actual kids of my friends from, from the neighborhood playing us, at this, at that age. And, you know, the locations, all that's donated, all that is my house, my friend's house, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so you've heard this story before, you know, from any other filmmaker who's had to operate at this level, just kind of really approaching it actually like organizers, you know what I'm saying? Just organizing for people around really the idea, because you can't pay much, you know what I'm saying? So it's people coming out because they believe in the project more than anything else, who are saying, especially in DC, you know, every other film, TV show, whatever about DC is about, you know, politicians, the White House, the whatever. And, you know, essentially what have you thinking that DC is a white city, you know what I'm saying? But like DC, Chocolate City is very black, you know what I'm saying? To this day, despite all the crazy gentrification that's going on. And so the moment people heard we were making a film about DC, you know what I'm saying, like from a black perspective, whatever we needed, you know what I'm saying, was available to us, you know. Obviously within reason. And it was also beautiful because, you know, that meant we couldn't hire actors, but also meant that we were free to really be, you know, very choosy when it came to, you know, like the types of things we wanted to, you know, the types of casting that we were able to do. So like the DC accent, you know what I'm saying, maybe y'all know, is a very specific thing that like you don't really hear much in film. So it was very important for me to, you know, cast people who had that accent, you know what I'm saying? Cast people who had like a specific kind of DC personality, you know, down to like the fashion and all these other things. So working with, you know, so-called non-actors, you know, really enabled us to focus on other things that really brought those performances to life and really kind of made, you know, it resulted in a super, I think, unique kind of, you know, experience, like watching a film, you know what I mean? Of just like, it's not polished, but like it's still engaging, you know what I'm saying? It's still believable. And so those are the hidden fruits of being broke, you know what I'm saying, as a filmmaker. And I think that it also, just going back to what you were saying, like, you know, we couldn't afford many things like, you know, police uniforms, police cars, and things like that. So a lot of those things, you know, drive-by shootings and stuff, we had to solve with audio and kind of have it playing off screen and stuff. And some of those are my favorite, some of the, you know, my favorite aspects of the project. Where now, when I'm working on like bigger budgeted productions, I'm able to like stop myself and be like, okay, am I asking for that thing because I can afford it, you know what I'm saying, or because like I actually need it now, you know what I'm saying? And so it helps me to be a lot more, you know, kind of, yeah, you know, decisive and intentional about like the money that we spend. So it's given me definitely like a you know, like a producerial kind of, you know, approach as a director. And also like an AD kind of approach. You know, I kind of AD myself, you know, to a large degree, because you have to be, you know, fast in film in general, sure, but like when you're broke, you have to be even faster, you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Awesome. So on that, we're wrapping up the panel. I just want to say thank you to all of you for participating. You didn't have to be here, but you chose to, and you chose to share, you know, your experiences with everyone. We even had Marawi and Haweni fly out for this, so thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's give another round of applause to One West Ends, Adi, Marawi, Haweni, and Adele.
I'm guilty, that's my swag, get a cue. I don't go up you, it's happy, swallow the pew. Then the gym, that I hit me, though I keep. Shout out to my space, my mama, and she be my queen. Oh, go, Kalubo, Mogo, Kalubo, Dumbo. I'm a cop, but the fuck up, Uloko, Omoko, Oniroko, you know me, don't be okay, yeah. All I saw me, bitch, too party, I too bad. You feel I'm like a little too dry. I know the buka, never lose, God, can't catch the real, get blue right. Study me, I know no joke, right. Get many pages like some for Solomon. All I know, people, I'm up, put me wallet, like, till we reach, I don't know. 23, 24, she be a tell them before, man, I stop it, 24. She like, yeah, you go, boy, you don't do the fuck, I'm for the fall. Tell me what to do, I can't do, I know ski that do, everyone do, I know feel and do. Right, I'm body with my body, we are talk, I can't do, just so much I can't do. Walking poetry,
sounds are fun now. You did drop jams, you did drop jams. Should be bigger than you are. What's going on?
I'm on the road, my bro. They try get me down, my bro. They try make me life better. Cause time not destroy my bro. And that's why me go day my day. Because I know like big. And them I try to block my vision. But them I go try and fail. So find me some palm wine. My melanin girl, my fine wine. Fake life all over my timeline. Scroll past and you'll be my consign. Many things that they happen for the online. Many talents go find. Don't go give me no sense, make a consign. Now all the way they find. I'm on the road, I'm on a, and I don't know when I go blow. But I get patience, so don't pressure me, don't pressure me. I know industry I do, but I go still they kill the show. Cause I get caught up, so don't pressure me, don't pressure me. Onika luku palu shoro. My happiness, their sorrow. Nothing will go make me follow. I'm new. I go to lead them follow. I go to phone. I go to phone till it's one. And when they say they don't tire me, I go to put him over. So find me some palm wine. My melanin girl, my fine wine. Fake life all over my timeline. Scroll past and you'll be my consign. Many things that they happen for the online. Many talents confined. Don't go give me no sense, make a consign. Now all the way they find. I'm on the road, I'm on a, and I don't know when I go blow. But I get patience, so don't pressure me, don't pressure me. I know industry I do, but I go still they kill the show. Cause I get caught up, so don't pressure me, don't pressure me. I'm on the road, I'm on a, and I don't know when I go blow. But I get patience, so don't pressure me. Cause I get caught up, so don't pressure me, don't pressure me.
Come through, I fantasize you 1 or 2 times when I start collecting the rooms. Back on that vibe again. It's hard to fight again. Shit, we can't hide again. When I get you alone, boy, what you gon' do with it? Don't talk too much, just do the shit. You alone, what you gon' do with it? Don't talk too much, just do this shit. What you gon' do? What you gon' do with it?
I can tell y'all talker, you gon' like the things I do. Sissy camera chocolate, she melt when it's hot in the room. Fucking we make love the tunes. Fucking shrooms. Lock you to the bed, don't let you move. Baby, help me heal the pain. This don't feel like lust, and I feel love in my vein. Who this for? Tell me, baby. Who this for? We made love on drugs, the chemistry keep me sane.
Back on that vibe again.
Back on that vibe again.
It's hard to find again.
It's hard to find again.
Shit, we can't hide again.
Shit, we can't hide again.
When I get you alone, what you gon' do with it? Don't talk too much, just do the shit. What you gon' do? What you gon' do with it? Text me where you at, let me know you back, gets me every time. Know I let her do things my way, baby, and you let me every time. It's been a long time trying to get away, baby, but you catch me every time. When you text me where you at, letting me know you back, gets me every time. I get you alone. What you gon' do? Don't talk too much, just do the shit. What you gon' do? bons momentos de amor, alegria e doideza. Ai, que tempo saudade, que
Initiating rage process.
All my G's fit to testify. NSC when we getting high. At the scene 339 to the Mercedes to park inside. Girls plenty for my table side. No that sexy they come from house. Nobody gon' be left behind. As a lioness, I they move with squad. I they flex with my people look.